A very good morning to you. I just sort of playing here with my beads and the music has just stopped. I am so excited about today. We are revisiting the resin. So and this is one of my like sort of pet projects and I love doing this. So I listened. You asked and we listened. So I have shown you before how to do the resin little coasters. Let me just grab one of these. So that was a couple of weeks ago. We have made them up, these little coasters, and then last week Sarah came on as well and we set them into resin. Now today and all last week I had quite a few messages, people asking, oh, can we have a written instructions on it, can we have a kit, can we have something such as this we can buy and tell us how to do everything. So we listened and we did it. So we put together 3 colorways, 3 kits for you to make the beaded coasters. And I'm going to show you how to set them in resin. So I have to thank Brenda before we go any further, because bless her, she helped to make the little coasters up for me. and I'm going to set them into resin today. But before we go any further, we got a couple of birthdays here. So it's I'm just seeing all the comments are coming in. Happy birthday, Dean. Everybody's wishing you a happy birthday. Also, I know it's Alison's birthday, so happy birthday, Alison, as well. Everybody's saying good morning. I love it's a little bit dull and overcast here in Frinton, but it looks cold outside as well. I am going to stay in today and just play with the resins. So what we have, I really did think long and hard how I can sort of show you and give you the value, show you the resin, show you how to make it, and then I will be here for another probably an hour or two playing with the resin. And I really wanted to sort of stay on because I know quite a few of you would just love to watch playing with the resin and trying out all sorts of different things. So what we're going to do today is I'm going to grab everything. I'm going to take you through it. I'm going to show you how to set those coasters into the resin. We're going to reveal the ones we did last week first. Then I'm going to show you how to set those ones in resin. And then we're going to go over to Kitty Robinson Designs Facebook, and I will be here properly for a couple of hours afterwards, just playing with the resin. So if you want to, after we're done here on Totally Beads, come over to Kitty Robinson Designs, and we will be just playing and hanging out there later on if you have got the time today. Oh, bless. Everybody's wishing happy birthday. I hope you have a wonderful day today. And just celebrate any way you can. I had a lockdown birthday last summer. We just had to make the most of it. So let us know what you up to today or what you're going to be doing. We'd love to know. Right, let's go back down to the bottom of the comments just to catch up. Everybody just saying good morning. Right, so let's get started because we got a lot to do today. First of all, I'm going to show you the... what shall we start? Shall we start? Oh, Diane is snowing here. Oh, Diane, don't make me jealous. So that's the only thing would stop me doing the Facebook Live. If it started snowing, that's it. The stream is going down. I'm going out to play in the snow. But no, it's fine. I don't think we'll get any snow at all. So, what I'm gonna do? Shall we? Let's then unmold, if that's a word, unmold what we set in resin last week, and then show you what we got on the website today, and then we will set it in resin. Now, one thing I did before I started, and actually I want to show you this. So when you're working with resin, I already set my resin, and this was a tip from Nicola from Just For You Online UK, that set your resin in a little bit of hot water half an hour before you use it, so it just heats the resin up. So that's on the side and that's already in there. So as we go along, we learn so many different techniques and so many different things and so many different tips. And another tip, this is sort of what because washing out your molds, I didn't really wanted to wash it with anything like acetone or alcohol or anything like that, because I do have gel nails, and if I use acetone, that would take the shine away from my nails. So what I did, and this is like, I think, being crafty, I got a lint roller, I think they're called, and they're very easy. I turned my mold inside down because it's resin, you can, and you just went over with the lint roller and just taken off all the residue what was left on there. So that was a really quick tip. I don't know if it's a real thing. If anybody tried this, do let me know, because I would love to know if it's only me. But I guess I'm just looking at things in a different way. And then quite simply, I'm just going to turn this back over, and then we can start mixing resin in it again. So let's have a look at these beauties. I'm so excited. I was like very itchy hands all week through, and I was like, oh, I really do want to open this. I really want to just to sort of play around with it, just to get it out, just to have a look at it. But I restrained myself and I left them in there. So let's go down on the mat, and then I'll show you. Right, so actually I'm gonna go to, I am going to go to here, because you don't need the other camera just yet. So here we are. I'm so excited. That is quite, zoom out a little bit so you can see more. I am so chuffed. I'm over the moon, because I didn't imagine that the resin is going to be crystal clear. I didn't imagine that this is going to come out this good. I really didn't. I thought like, oh, we're going to set it in there and it's going to, like, you know, it's going to look all right. It's going to look like handmade, and it's going to look like, you know, I made it. And I love it no matter what. It's like your children. You love them no matter what, how they behave or anything like that. So I thought I'm just going to love it. But as I'm taking peeks, this looks really good. So I'm just going to go around the corners and release the air into the mold. And then we're going to pull more out. And out we come. Oh, there we go. Look at that. So this will be the bottom of our coaster, and this will be the top. So the reason why I chose this mold, and the link is right at the top in the description, because you got this lip. So if you add your cup on it, which I have got my mug here, so if you add your cup on it, it's got a lip so it can't slide off of it. Because time and time, and I had coasters made of all sorts of different materials, but time and time when I'm watching TV and I don't really pay much attention to the coaster where I'm putting my drink on it, I sort of put it halfway on and halfway off, and that's when everything goes over. So with this one, I quite easily can go and sort of just wiggle it around my drink without looking to see where I'm putting that. I think it looks really good. Like, let's just see what's some of you are saying. Jean is saying, wow, that looks beautiful. We're gonna take the other three out in a sec. And he's saying that's beautiful. Well, and we haven't used any coloring, we haven't used any glitters, we haven't used anything other than the resin itself and the beads. And I think this is what Alice is saying, happy birthday, then it's my birthday as well, but I'm a lot older. Oh, bless you. I hope both of you have a wonderful wonderful day. Oh, Lucy's saying they look good as well. So shiny, yeah, right? I didn't anticipated that this is going to be this shiny. I thought they're going to be a dullness to it, and I was quite surprised myself that how shiny and clear came up. So when I did resin a long time ago, and Lucy popped link for the resin up there for us. Now the resin is from Just For You Online UK. We teamed up with them, so we decided we're gonna do the best what we do. We do the beading part, and they will do the best what they do is to do the resin part, so we can work together on a project like this, and I got so many things lined up. I raided the warehouse. So yeah, so let's crack on and let's on. So this one was just my very first, very nice. Not Sandra saying nice as gifts. Yes, I think something like this, if you make it as a gift for someone for Christmas or for birthdays, it would be really, it would be a really, really nice gift. So just pull this out. Wow, I think that looks really good as well. I think something like this, when your beading is going to be smaller, and look, we got a big bubble trapped just right there, which we didn't see. So something like this, we could have added a bit of color on the edge with some pigment or something like that, but there's always room to sort of do another mix some resin up with some pigment or glitter or anything like that, and do another pouring on the top of it as well later on. So if first time it doesn't come out the way how you want it to come out, you can always go back and add to it. Got Christopher here. Hello, Christopher. Say hello.
Hello.
Oh, bless him. He came in to have a look at the resin. Oh, this one is... That's it. This one is coming out. He's a look at that. So this one is Super Duos. The bubbles make them unique. Yes, that's absolutely right, Sarah. I think, like, you know, I will, as we go along, and I will cast myself. Leon is saying, love this. As we go along, I cast myself an absolute beginner, because I have done, oh, everybody's saying morning, Christopher. Everybody's saying hello, Christopher. I've done resin years and years and years ago when they first came out. And resin now is completely different. Right, let's get this one out. Yeah, you can pull it out. So you go along and pull the sides, turn it and pull the sides. That's it. Again, pull the next side. Keep on pulling. There you go. That looks really good, doesn't it? Although don't put it down. Let's show the ladies. This is the one with the swirly pattern we did. Now, the only thing I can feel that it's not sharp, the edges, but I can see if I bring it up. I don't know if you will be able to see it, or will it? Then let's get these out of the way of the background, so the camera will focus on this. So I'm not sure if you can see it, but there is a tiny, tiny little lip at the bottom edge of it. It's not sharp, but it's definitely there. But I think that is because I've been poking the resin so much. I've been looking at it as it was drying last week. I was so excited, and I even thought if I sat next to it, it would dry faster. But no, so I'll have a little think what we can do with this bottom. I might just pour some more resin in the middle of it, sort of level it off, but we'll see what we do with that one. So these are the other ones. We just played around at the end, adding all sorts of different bits of pieces, and I'm so in love with these, and I bought home more of these little cabochons. They're acrylic cabochons, but they look so good because even setting the resin, they don't lose their shine, they don't lose their iridescent finish, and they don't lose any of the sort of the shape of it. Because with this one, and I'll show you this one, we set these ones a really high quality, quite expensive, well, they're not expensive, but they are premium quality bicone beads. And I thought because they shine and they're so regular, they're going to be perfect for the resin. But they don't really shine through at all. The metal findings shown up very, very well. So after the live, I'm going to go and experiment and probably use up all the resin that what we have around. I have got quite a bit. These look great. Patricia saying, wow, these look great. I will have to have some pennies before I can include. I'm really interested in this. Well done, Kitty. They are beautiful. So if you want to start anywhere, and I'll show you where you can start. So you can start with your kits first, because setting them into resin, and Simon can't do that for me. It costs about £1.80 to set one of those beadworks into your resin. However, you're going to have to buy 1.5 liter of resin, which is quite large, but it's enough for a lot of coasters as well. And like, you know, you have to, but you can start with making your coasters. You can start doing the beading part now, and later on, when you have perhaps more funds, then you can buy the resin part for it as well. So you don't have to do everything in one go. Right, let me let me show you how we put the kits together. Just move these ones out of the way.
Is that the resin?
Yes, darling. I think I'm going to have a permanent guest here behind me today. So I have put 3 colorways together. So I had to do the colorway because you loved it so much. Hold 1 second. Let me just grab one of the bead mats because they will show up better on it. There will be no shine to them. So I had to do the color what I was doing, which is, this is sort of the colors I got in my lounge, sort of browns and blues and sort of a tiny bit of greeny blues, I would say. And so the way how you're going to make the kit, you're going to reverse your colors. So first you're going to use your colors in the middle, and then you line your colors up from 1 to 8 and all the way around to the outside, because obviously using less gem duos in the middle, what you will be using on the outside. And your next coaster, you're going to start the opposite way. So you're going to start with color 8 and work down to color 1. So this beaded design is gorgeous, so effective. I love it. I think it's something to bring to two crafts together. So you're bringing beading and you're bringing resin together and creating something really unique. Are you making anything, Christopher? So I have bought a mold for us to play with. Let me just grab it out. A domino mold. And what we're going to be doing is any leftover resin, we're going to make some dominoes later on. So that's why, I guess that's why he's hovering around. Bless him. Yes, so put this colorway together, put a blue one together. I love this blue going into almost sort of green, this really dark forest green. Let me focus more on that one. And again, you're going to make one just like this, and then you're going to have the pair of it, the opposite as well. So in this way, your color scheme is exactly the same, but you could have almost his and hers. So you know which one is yours and which one is, I love the pink to purple. This one looks really, really gorgeous as well. And then you have the other way around, coming back around with the colors as well. So I used 8 different colors of really 8 different colors on each one of these coasters. And let me just pop over and I will show you on the website. There we go. There we go. Right. So Resin Coasters, 23rd of January. That's what we're doing today. So you know the drill by now. I'm going to click on the main page. So you either go into categories, Facebook tutorials. This is totallybeads.co.uk. This is our website. Or we click on this video tutorials 10 a.m. every morning on Facebook. We will land you on this page. And then what you do is you can go back all the way to March. We've done so many different things. These hematite bracelets we done the other day. They were so popular. They flew out. Very, very easy make, but very like sort of sophisticated, very high strip look. Sarah was doing crochet rope. So that's again another 2 technique, bringing together crocheting and beading. Yesterday, Sarah Millsap was doing wire necklace. So again, that's 2 very different mediums. So today, resin coasters, and here is your 3 colorways. Now Simon has given us a 10% off on it on all 3 different colorways. I do appreciate these are a little bit more pricier than normally what we would have as a project, but I promise you they are really worth it because they're going to be very unique for your home, and nobody else is going to have exactly the same one, because there's so many options with resin setting and doing coasters that you could do. Nobody else is going to have this. These beads are really give you a really good sort of texture inside the resin, and the colors are, I think, just really, really nice. And Lucy's putting the links up for us. Lonnie's saying they are all lovely, hard to choose. And he's saying they look amazing. I really, this is something what this is my little pet project, which has grown into something. But yes, so we do all the same. So each one of the kits, you get 8 bags of the gem duos, and then you get needle and thread in there, so it's complete with that one as well. And you also get the printed out PDF instructions with the sheet that you can color in your own designs as well. Leanne is saying colors are so pretty stunning. So Leanne is the Leanne who works with us, and she makes quite a lot of stuff, and she is into her resin as well, but she does beading, she does all sorts of crafts as well herself. They are easy make for beginner, absolutely. So the beading pattern is so easy. The 2-hole beads binds themselves together. But let's go back from the website. So 3 different colors. Go and have a look. Totallybeads.co.uk. 10% already applied on those kits. I think Simon said he will run the promotion until next week, so that is really great. You could pink and purples, metallics, which is I should have actually called it my lounge because that's the colors, or blues and greens there for you. Right, let's come back here. Let's come back to here. So do you have a look at that one now? Let's go and set these ones. Let's start with the resin, otherwise I will waffle on here all morning. Now I have got a box here which I did the same last week. Now this box is just, I think it's a paper craft box. Let me just come back to the main camera. It is just a paper craft box, 12 by 12 craft storage box. I think 25 millimeters, such as about an inch depth. So it's great to put your pieces in it once you pour them, and put the top on it, so there is no dust, there is nothing can get inside there in your designs as well, because there will be nothing worse to see that you do your beautiful coasters and you come back and the sort of dust particles on there. Although the dust particles will be on the back of it, but if you're doing something which is a little bit see-through, or where we can see, like this one, we can see the side of it more sort of clear, you would see the dust particles through the clear resin as well. So you want to make sure you put it in a box and put something over it. You could use like a Tupperware box or something like that, what you dedicate for your crafting. I wouldn't put it then back up after to use it for food, but you could use a Tupperware box as well. So you would turn it upside down, put your coasters on the top of the lid, and then put the top over it to protect them. Right, so you're gonna need these today. Just give me a couple of secs so I can add all those on there. And I already have, there's 2 more, so I got 6 of these coasters in the set, which is the link at the top. There is 5 in the set, and then I got a 6th one in a mixed set and another set, because I want to play around with other shapes as well. You're right, sweetheart. Yeah. Right, so I'm just gonna pop these a bit loosely, I think. Place them on there. What just happened?
One of the things fell down.
Oh, my letter E fallen down.
Yeah, it's also lighted up.
Did you touch it? Did you went next to it?
No, I went through here like that, so I wasn't touching it, and then just found it on the phone.
Oh dear. Just stick it back on. Look, just stick it back on there. Hopefully it will keep. Now I used the no more nail stuff on them, and well, I don't. Can you get the control and then just turn it off, please, or turn it on, or whatever you would like to do. You'll find them. They're just over there. Look, there is one over there. He was so tired. Snow coming down heavier now. Diane is saying, "Oh, Diane, I'm so jealous." That's the only thing would stop me playing with the resin here. That if it started snowing. I don't know where is the other one. Don't worry about it, sweetheart. If it's not on, it's not on, or if it's on, it's on. It doesn't really matter. I was tidying up yesterday. I was really good, and I tidied everything away. Right, so I set it up. I just put them in there. So I'm gonna We're going to do the same thing we did last week. We're going to pour a little bit of clear resin in there, get rid of the bubbles. Then we're going to set our coasters on the top of it and pour more resin on the back of it as well. Right, so this one is set up. I'm just popping it to the side. Now I'm using the same molds what I used last week. So when you get a set of molds, that's what's the great thing about them. You can reuse them over and over and over again. Right, so we're gonna mix up the resin next.
What's this?
That's what we're gonna mix the resin in, sweetheart. Would you be able to go and get me a like a kitchen towel?
Yeah.
So because you have to get the resin out of the water. Thank you so much. Right, I'm gonna need the mask as well. Right, okay. Housekeeping. Before I start to mix any resin or do anything as well, and I'm gonna do this now. I already applied one lot of hand cream, but I'm gonna apply some more. Now this is called Gloves in a Bottle. Really, really great one. I wasn't quite sure. There is so many different brands out there, and the brand what I had, what I use, wasn't. Hold on, darling. It's not available to buy at the moment. I think you find it with some of the products that they do sort of go out of stock. So I'm just going to put like a little bit more, like a pea amount, and just put it all over my hands. Now this is because so I don't have to use gloves all over my hand. I got little finger gloves because like when you're working with very small bits of pieces, and especially setting like jewelry bits or beads into the Lucy, that's a very long link. The one what I got is it's right at the top in the description. That's I don't know why is this showing such a long link, but there is quite a few of them. Even with this one was the only one which was in stock and could come sort of.
No.
I'll let it refill and that. Don't put it back up. What's going on? We might have like a house ghost or something. This was the only one which they can deliver within a few days. There was other kinds on there which are taking much longer. Right, so I applied to my hand. It's sort of giving your hands like a shield, like a thin layer of lotion on there, which acts as a barrier on the top of your hands. I got gardening ones as well outside, but these ones are great. Right, okay, so let's get started. Now I'm just going to get these out of the move you down here. So we got, this is the camera from above, then I got a camera here which will show you, and I just move this over just a tiny bit so you can see more of the table there, and this will show you, put that there, and then this one we might just need to plop it on a little box too. Now I'm gonna mix this, and then can you go and grab your mask, sweetheart, because we're gonna have to put mask on when we're gonna heat it. Right, so I did put.
Did you get two then?
No, I got one already, thank you. I already put this in the water, so it's already been sat in the water for the last about 20 minutes. The water is like lukewarm now, so hopefully the resin soaked up all the warmth from it, and I'm just gonna dry the bottom of it, so I don't want water all over my surface here. And let's get rid of this. Right, I just popped it outside the door because I didn't want to leave it in here, because you know what would happen. You know what would happen. Right, so the resin, what we're using is a heat resistant resin. So you must make sure if you in coasters, if you it's not letting me to pull up the small link. So if you go up the top of the description, all the links are there, and have a look. Do you use remolding spray in your molds before pouring the resin in the molds? I haven't done so far. I know about them. I haven't got any with me, but I can. I'll order one and have a little play with it as well.
Mum, do you know where the masks are?
I don't know. It's in the drawer in the kitchen, in the middle drawer, next to the pencils. Bless him. Right, so you must use premium, this is premium heat resist resin, and this is what I thought last time, that I mixed it up the wrong way because it was settling for the wrong time. But Sarah said to me, in 12 hours it will be ready and you can take it out, and in fact it was more like 2 days. But that's good because it needs to have, so it needs about 2 weeks to really have the heat resistant properties to cure in the resin as well. But with coasters, because we having cups of teas and cups of coffees, we really do want a heat resistant one, so we can put our coffees and teas on it and not having the ring the ring line around our coaster. So it's really worth to get the heat resistant one for something like this. Now, different resin will mix with different ratios. Some mix by you can mix them by weight or mix them by volume. Some of them you can only mix by weight. Always read the instructions, what it says on the bottle. Some of them you mix one by one. Darling, can you please keep quiet? Some of them mix two. This one is 2 by 1, so it's 2 parts of resin to 1 part of part of hardener. So always in volume and by weight as well. I'm gonna measure it by volume because it's so easy to measure it in the cup. You don't need a scale for it, but always check it on the resin, the ratios, because if you do the ratios wrong, the resin is not going to set, or you can run into all sorts of different problems. Right, so I'm gonna do 2 parts of resin to 1 part of hardener. So on your cup, and if I bring this here and I bring this in a little bit so you can see it, on your cup you do have the milliliters on the side. So last time we mixed up 200 milliliter of resin with 100 milliliter of hardener, which given us 4 larger coasters and the 2 smaller coasters in the round one. So today I want to mix up a little bit more. So I am going to do, let's say 300 milliliter of the resin and 100 milliliter of the hardener as well. So I'm just going to go ahead and pour it in. I'm going to stand up for this. Christopher, I need you to be quiet, sweetheart. Bless, he just got a couple of toys and he's sitting in a corner playing with his toys, waiting for, I think, the leftover resin. Right, so I'm going to pop this in there. Just pause for a little bit so it can level out. And then a little bit more, so we're just almost there. That's it now. So this resin from Just For You online is not, hang on one second, I just need to grab. Someone borrowed my wipes the other day and they were on the kitchen counter. So this one, always handy to have a wipe just to the side. So everything, if it dribbles over, I can very easily just mop it up with the wipe, put the wipe on the corner of my mat. So I always got something to clean up with. Now let's put the top back on this one. There's a little plug, so I'm going to push back in there as well. And pop this to the side, double checking. That is 300 ml. And then I'm gonna pour the hardener on the top of it. Now I'm gonna need 150 ml of this one. So let's have a look. I'm bending down because I really want to see from the side how much I'm pouring in. So I'm gonna keep going. I'm actually gonna have to eyeball this a little bit. And that's it. We are great there. It's a little dribble. I'm just gonna tidy that up and put the top on. And with this, I'm gonna put the resin to the side because I don't need to mix anymore just yet. So I just pop it there. Now as I've been playing with it, the only sort of, as I've been mixing it, the only thing I realized, if I keep lifting my mixing spoon out and putting in, I'm introducing more and more bubbles to it. So we need to, as Sarah said, we need to keep mixing this for about 3 minutes. But I'm trying to keep my spoon as much as I can inside the resin itself, so I'm not introducing and pushing the bubbles down into the resin. Now the resin is self-curing, so it will push the bubbles out over time, and we can help it with a bit of a heat gun as well. Maxine is saying, don't forget your mask. So there is no fumes coming off the resin until you start to heat it. So it's quite safe to work with before we start to heat it up. So at the moment, I'm just mixing it up. And when we're going to come and start to heat it, I'm going to open the windows and me and Christopher are both going to put our mask on. And then we're going to leave the windows open and keep playing with it. Right, I'm just keep stirring and stirring and stirring. I'm gonna stir it with one hand and have a look. If you got any question, please put a Q in front of your question, so I'll be sure I can answer it for you. So because I'm not, so can you see this time I'm not lifting the this out so much. Like last week I was really lifting it out, really mixing it up, just keeping it in the resin itself and just more like stirring it and stirring it. I'm not introducing so much bubbles, and because this spatula is quite flexible as well, so I can really sort of stir it from one side to another, but without introducing those bubbles into the resin, because the less bubbles you have got to start with, the less you're going to have inside once it's cured. But with a bit of a heat, we can get rid of the bubbles, so that's not a problem. So I'm just keep stirring that. I think we still got another about a minute just to keep stirring it.
And then it's the mask.
And saying, I sent for some of those finger gloves, and I must say they have raised a few eyebrows in the family when they wrap. They're very good to use. Yes, I know exactly what you mean, and when they arrived as well in the pack, I was like, what's this? I'll show you in a minute, and you will know what we oh, this is so relaxing to watch, Lucy's saying. Yeah, I think, and I can see already, so I'm not sure how well the camera picked it up, but when we were started to mix the resin and the hardener together, they were almost like little streaks inside, and now they are disappearing as the more we, and don't forget, when you're mixing it, sort of scrape the side of your little mixing jug as well. Now, these ones I got from Just For You online. This is for resin. You could use any measuring jug what you have in the house, which made of plastic, but if you're gonna use any of those for your resin, don't then put it back in the kitchen and use it for any of your food stuff. So if you're gonna use one for resin, then keep using that one. These ones are great because they're very flexible and then very easy to get the dried resin off of it. How long does the resin keep after you open the container? So the resin question, was it 300 resin, 250 hardener, 2 to 1? Yes, that was it. So the resin, even if we leave the top off of one of the bottle, it wouldn't, you need both of the parts. So for the resin to harden, you need the resin and the hardener to mix together. If they're not mixed, that letter E came down again. I don't know what I'm going to do with this. I think we're going to leave it down for now.
Yeah.
So if you don't mix them together, they're not going to harden. So just keep on mixing them. I could never make these coasters. Don't think I could manage them. Have never used these beads, but they are so lovely. So Caroline, there is a link at the top with the other live we did a couple of weeks ago. Let me just pop your comment up. A couple of weeks ago, which show you exactly how to do the beading. Now we have beaders in here. Lucy is one of them. Francis, Margaret, a lot of you here beader. Olimoni is a beader. How do let me know, not me know, because I know, do let everybody know. Just put something in the comments and say from 1 to 0 not 1 to 0, 0 to 10, how easy is to make this beaded coaster. Just do let us know. So now it's not my advice, it's everybody else's. Do let me know from 0, well actually 1 to 10, because 0 is not, it doesn't really make sense. 1 to 10, do let me know. Christopher, don't put it back up, sweetheart, just put it on the side. Do let me know, how easy did you find to make one of these coasters? And some of these ladies have been beading from sometimes, but some of these ladies only started not long ago, and you can get the professional result with the beads no matter what. A very, very easy one to make. Your E doesn't want to stay up. No, it doesn't. It's just crate now, I'm afraid. we just crate. We don't create them. We're just crating. Oh, bless.
Great.
So easy, definite 10. So 10 was the easiest and 1 was the hardest. 10 is very easy. I'm a fairly new beader. Lucy is saying, and Brenda is saying definite 10. So don't take my word for it. Take everybody else's word for it. They're saying that how easy it is to make. I think I can see a really nice, clear, I can't see any streaks in it anymore, anything. So I think we mixed it up quite nicely already. Right, I'm going to pop this to the side just for 1 sec and bring back my sort of tray here with everything on. That's it. Right, so I'm going to go ahead and I am going to pour a little bit of resin to the bottom of these molds. But before I do that, I'm just going to go over and double check and make sure I haven't got any dust in there. Darling Christopher, can you please be quiet, sweetheart?
Yeah.
He says yes. Right, and I'm just going to pop, there's a couple of little dusts in there. So preparation is the key. And I think when you do a good preparation, you can get even better and more professional results. The hardest bit is threading the needle. Lucy's saying yes, absolutely. You can't get your daughter's son, your grandson, granddaughter, a neighbor, or somebody thread it for you if you can't thread the needle. When we used to have the bead clubs in the warehouse for the first 10 minutes, I used to go around and thread everybody's needles for them. Right, so I'm just getting off anything, just making sure there is nothing. I'm just going through, and if there is anything, I just rub my fingers across it and it will all come off. And just checking this last one. They all really nice and clean. Now you can also wash these. You can wash them with soapy water and then leave them to air dry so you don't get like smidges or anything like that. If you start to dry it with a cloth, then you might get particles of the cloth sticking to the mold. Right, I'm gonna take this out and I'm just gonna scrape. Can you see I'm just scraping any excess off of it back into the pot because I don't need the mixing one anymore. Trying to scrape as much as I can off. And before I even put this down, I am going to take my little wipe and just give it up a wipe. So this one is nice and clean and ready to use for the next time. Right, let's start pouring. Now we only need a little bit at the bottom because when you look at the beads and when you look at the structure, so the beads are a 3D object. And what happens is you need the resin to come from, we're going to have to set it upside down, and you need the resin to come from the bottom and then go from, we will pour more resin on the top as well because you want the resin in every single, come on, focus on me camera, every single little gap you want to set that resin in. So I'm going to pour a little bit of resin on each one of these ones. I'm going to start in the middle, just sort of little pouring, and make sure it goes in the sides as well. Just nicely and slowly, there is no rush. And pour this in there. Christopher, would you be able to open the window for me, sweetheart?
Yeah.
So I'm just gonna pop those in there. Just pour, keep on pouring it. These are gem duos, so the ones we are setting are gem duos. They are a little bit bigger. Super duos, I'll show you the super duo one just in a sec. This is the super duo one. So the difference is the super duos. Let's have a look at it like this. That is super duos. They are much smaller in shape, and these are gem duos. So if you never beaded before, start with the gem duos because they're bigger and you're gonna get your beadwork done quicker as well. Right, I'm just gonna pour some more. I might have added a bit too much in that middle one. Just gonna make sure going around the sides. That's it. And then going to the next one.
When do I need to put my mask on?
You can go out of the room if you prefer, Christopher. That'd be fine as well. Just until I do the hot gun, and then the room airs out for a couple of minutes after that. Because there is no fumes coming off it now, but when we're going to start to heat it to get rid of all the little bubbles, then we're going to get fumes coming off of it.
It smells like nail varnish.
It does like a little bit, isn't it? Right, I'm going to do all 6 of them at a time. So this is why I like batch making things. And I like batch making my beadwork, and then I would batch resin set them, if that makes sense. So the link at the top gives you 5 coasters. So you can make a couple and then set them into resin at the same time. Right, just making sure I got a resin everywhere. Just adding little dribbles. And I got a couple of little gaps at the top here, so I'm going to make sure I'm just adding a tiny bit more resin onto there. That's it. I'm going to pop the bottle to the side, and we are ready to add our beadwork into it. So there we go. Because at the moment what we're seeing is the bottom of the coaster. So when it obviously comes out of the mold, it will be upside down, and we will have to turn it around just like that. So when I'm setting my beadwork, I need to set it so the bottom of it is showing up. Now the gem duos have 2 sides to them. So one side is sort of flat and the other side is domed. And you want the dome side showing upwards towards the ceiling. What you can see what you put your drink on there. So I'm just gonna lay in. I'm gonna start in one corner. I'm gonna let's do this middle one first. Actually, let's move it over a bit. Hang on one sec. So let's do this one. I'm gonna start in one corner and I'm gonna lay it down and just let gravity take hold of those beads. And I'm going to do this motion quite slowly, especially at the end, because I want the resin here to be able to flow back to the other side. Otherwise, if you put it down too quick, what can happen is that the resin can be pushed to one side and your resin can come out. So I'm just going to leave that there for a second. I'm going to get the second piece and pop it into the second one. Now, last time we did put the heat on there. I just have to bubbles. Yes, Sue just put it up there. Last time when we put the heat gun on this one. Then before we added the beadwork in. Now this time, because I was really careful and by mixing it, and I didn't lift the spoon up and down, I didn't introduce as many bubbles as we had last week. So to be honest, I can see a couple of bubbles at the bottom on the sides, but there is no bubbles in the middle here at all. So or in the middle part of it, there's bubbles. There's one bubble on the side there in this one, and I'm just looking from all sorts of different angles. There's one bubble on the top of here, but I can't see much more bubble as well. So by preparation, I think we all learn as we go along. I'm gonna add the next one into it. So I didn't need to put, I will put the heat gun over it right at the end. Yeah, that's fine. And that looks fine as well. So by sort of being a bit more gentle with it, you can always, can you hear my seagulls? Well, they're not my seagulls, they're the seagulls outside. In the summer, I love sleeping with the window open. And they do, like 3 a.m. they start. I'm just adding the last one in. That's it. So now, before I pour any more on the top of it, I'm gonna get a pin, and I'm gonna actually pop one of those finger gloves on as well, or like a little stirrer stick would do as well. Pins are like eye pins or head pins, like little nail-like things. Just grab one from here, and I'll show you. And they are really great to just lift. If you need to lift a bubble out. Just unbending this a bit. What you got your gloves on for?
I'm gonna go outside and fly my drone.
Oh right, okay, lovely. Just be careful. Don't go out from the garden.
I'm not gonna do what Dad did. When he flew the drone out of the garden, crashed in the middle of the road.
Francis just said, do you not take the bubbles out before you put the mat in? So I don't actually have bubbles in there because I was really carefully mixing them up. But if there would be bubbles, we would put the heat gun on it first, get rid of the bubbles.
Why have you got that on your finger?
Because I'm going to be moving bits around. Now off you go then, sweethearts, because I'm going to have to carry on with this. I'm going to put the heat gun over it right at the end as well, but there isn't really many. I can see a couple of bubbles on the side there, but there was no bubbles in the middle. So I'm just going to go and poke sort of the beads in, just to really push through the resin in between those beads. Make them sure that they come up. So the resin comes through the beads themselves. I'm going to push them down so much, so even like pushing it down that the resin come over the top of the back of the bead.
Can you please open the door for me?
Hang on one sec. There you go. See you later. Sarah's got got Curly Ollie coming in her protection. I got Christopher. Bless him. Simon is out this morning, so he comes in, bless him. Just gonna make sure push these in one by one. And the other thing you want to make sure that you want to push your little beaded object into the middle. So make sure it sits nice in the middle. Just gonna go through those. Just like that. Have a look at the other ones as well further up. I'm going to move this camera a bit further up to get it from that corner so you can see, because otherwise my hands is going to be covering what I'm doing. So I'm just pushing these down as well. Now I'm just using a head pin because I'm going to use this head pin to lift any bubbles on the side, but I'm using it to push it down as well. You can also use one of these acrylic stirrers, because these have got, you can push them down with that as well. I like to do it with the head pin. I know it takes a little bit longer, but it's more of a solid, you could use a pair of tweezers, I guess. More of a solid. I reckon in about 2 minutes we're gonna have the drone flying by the window. Do you want to bet with me? Bless him. I can hear the drone already. He's in the garden. Right, so I'm just pushing all of this down, letting the resin coming through. When was the last coaster tutorial? Please can't find it on the tutorial list. And he's asking, so it was last week on Saturday. There is, if Lucy's gonna pop the link in for us. The one is at the top is the one I did at the top is to how to make the beaded the beading itself. And then last week we have poured those ones, and Sarah was on here as well, giving us all her hints and tips. And this week we're just setting more of those beadwork into our resin. So do check out both of the website. Totally Beads is us selling the beadwork part of your coaster kit. And Just For You Online is the company who knows a lot about resin. They all about resin, and they sell the resin itself. Make sure it's the heat resistant resin. I'm just going very quickly over. So I think by the look of it, I'm just looking at the resin, I have mixed quite a bit up. I got a lot left after this 6. I still going to pour more on the top of it, but I'm going to have quite a bit left to play around with it. Like last one, to push down. I'm quite a perfectionist, so I'm going backwards and forwards on them and make sure they all patted and pushed down. Make sure there's no air underneath your beadwork. That's it. Make sure the sides are pushed down. I think that will be it. There we go. And now I'm going to go ahead. I'm just going to wipe that pin and pop it to the side. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to pour more resin on the top of it. So now, if you wanted to, this second resin, what you're pouring on the top, could be a colored one. So we could put some blue pigments or blue glitter or anything like that into the back of the coaster. But I do like it. I like it just clear as well. So I'm just going to go ahead and leave this clear. I'm just going to pour more resin. Just make sure all the beads are covered. Sometimes less is more, so I'm doing it quite slowly. I'm just pouring it, making sure it's all I can see. One of the bead is sticking up, so I'm gonna go back and grab my hat pin and push the end down. There's another one sticking up there.
Hi.
Hello, Christopher. That was very quick.
Well, I didn't want to cause any more chaos because it crash landed in the bush.
Well, maybe it's better to wait for Dad and do it with Dad.
Well, I do know how to do it. It's just, for some reason, it's not very good because it keeps tilting to one side, and even when I'm not even controlling it, it's just going to one side.
Maybe it's a little bit windy, darling, or maybe there's something wrong with it. Wait for Dad, and you can sort it out with Dad.
No, because even when the wind is
anything
going
about
forward,
drones.
so Mum, even if the wind is going that way, yeah, and I'm controlling it that way, it's going that way.
Oh dear, I don't know. Go and ask Victoria, she might know. Well, I'm just pouring the resin on the top of these coasters just to make sure I got those beads covered completely.
Have you done the heating thing on it yet?
Not yet, not sweetheart. So off you go, sweetie. I'll give you, why don't you go and watch TV and I'll give you a shout when I'm ready for you.
Okay. I'm just putting this away.
So I'm just making sure every single bead is covered with some resin. Now the silicone mold has got a thickness to it. So you can fill it up all the way with resin if you like. And if you just overfill it just a tiny bit, it will give you a little bit of dome. I'm just keep adding resin to it. And the last one, and I'm just going to double check it, and I'm going to move it on and put it on the side, and I promise I won't touch it. Right, I think we are good. So let's just look at it from all angles. So I'm ducking down and looking at almost eye level to see if there is any beads poking out, but I think, well, there's one there. They look perfect. So I'm gonna get my heat gun out and just blow over it to get rid of any bubbles on the sides. Make sure I need to move this into, make sure they're rightly nicely in the middle. And that one as well. I'm going to be checking them. You know me all day. I'm going to keep going back and just checking them and moving them about. That's it. Right, heat gun. There comes the heat gun. So the heat gun I have, it's probably a little bit more powerful one. You don't need a big heat gun like this. You can have smaller ones as well. But last week when I forgot forgot all about it, and I remembered on Thursday afternoon, and this was really the only brand which they can deliver quickly with Amazon. So that's why I got this one. All we need to do, Sarah said last week, even like those candle lighters with the long arm, just to sort of give a quick flame going around it would work as well. Right, I'm just going to plug this in very quickly. Right, the heat gun is quite loud, so do excuse the sound. I'm going to pop my mask on. The window is already open. At the back, I'm going to open the side windows as well. And we are ready to heat the resin. So I'm going to turn this on. And can you see the minute I pop the heat on there, the heat gun on there, the bubbles just popping. Even we only got a few. And actually the heat gun is great as well because you can manipulate and move the resin around a little bit. I can see there is a bubble stuck to the side there. So I'm going to take my pin and just pull it up and pop it. That's it. Oh, there's one there. I think so I'm venting, I pull the bubble up. I went in and created another bubble with my pin. Well, I think we are all good. Oh, there's one at the back. Let's get rid of that. That's it. Just pop it onto the side. Right, so now I'm ready to put this onto the side, and what we're gonna do, we're gonna have to wait a couple of days while they completely harden and become Can you smell the resin when you heat it? No, I can't. I can't smell anything at all. There is, but I'm not perhaps the best with smells. I've never really been. I can hear really small noises, like whenever, like even if you're lying in bed and the cat comes in a back door or anything like that, I can hear it. But I'm not very good with smells. I can't smell anything at all. I can't smell any of the residue coming or anything coming off that resin. And I got the mask on as well at the same time. Right, let me just quickly check. I'm just leaving just a second question. What was the coaster tutorial? Viewers can find it on the list. The link is right at the top, and then Lucy has posted it in here as well. Thank you, Lucy. That page is at the top as well, both Totally Beads and the Just For You online resin as well. Oh, they're having internet connection problems. So what's going to happen is once we finish this live, we are going, I think I'm going to pull this down now a little bit. So once we finish this live, it will stay on Facebook and YouTube as well. So you can go back and rewatch it from the beginning. But Lucy said, Sarah, bless her, she's so good. She can message you the link if you want. Oh, she's done it. She messaged you the link already. The great. Right, so Sarah's saying no poking. Oh, no, I know. I will be back. I'm very, very carefully have to move this because what happened last week when I moved it over there on the side. So if I move this one up a bit, can you see my cabinets on the side there? So that's when he's going to be sitting for the next week. And when I picked it up and moved it over there, I slightly tilted it, and unfortunately it spilled a little bit. So this time I'm going to be really, really careful with it. And that's it. And then all is it left to do is just a waiting game to wait for it to harden, and that's it. That's all there is to do. So very easily I'm going to move this just like that. My box is a tiny bit stuck to the mat, so I'm going to have to be very, very careful. Now, a couple of things. What I was talking to Nicola afterwards. Nicola is the lady who's in charge in Just For You Online UK in the resin people. A couple of things she mentioned. So making sure you heat up your resin, give them a nice little bath, just stand them in hot water, will help you cure faster. The temperature of the room helps it curing faster as well. And so make sure like you leave the heating on in the room where you want to cure it if you want to cure it faster. Also, obviously summer winter time, it makes a difference as well. In the summer it will cure faster. In the winter time, because there is cold coming in from outside, I guess it's harder to, it takes longer to cure. But that's it really. Make the beadwork, set it into resin, and you're ready to use your coaster, or you gift it to somebody if you wish. I do have a couple of little bubbles in here from last week, but you can't really see it. That's sort of the design feature of it as well. I love them. I really do love them. The combination of colors is lovely. So, oh, thank you, Sheila. You should have seen me in the warehouse on Wednesday. I went backwards and forwards, picking out the colors, picking out what I'm going to use with what, and just let me just bring it up. Always now, I set them into resin, but those are the, so you get, if you get the blue green pack, you get one of each bags, one of those. If you get the pink to purple one, you get one of each one of those. And if you get the My Lounge one, then you get one of each one of those at the top. Now, you don't have to do it. You can work out any colorway how you want to do it. I'm just trying to hold it so we don't have the shining from the light. So if you wanted, you don't have to have this light color right in the middle. You can move that to the end if you wish, and have all sorts of different color combinations you can do. Now, the more you mix these colors up, the more lines you're going to have in your design. But because they're all sort of blues and turquoises, and there is one like really, really dark green, they all go together really, really nicely. So it doesn't matter what combination you use them in, they're going to look really light. And that's why I added this copper color into the pink and purple mix, because it's just so nice to have something there which is a complementary color up, like a little bit like a sort of an opposite, and shows up within your design. So that's that really lighter blue in here, the copper in there, and then you have the silver color doing the same thing in the third colorway as well. It has a little lip on it. If you could use put beads on while beading, yes, you could do all sorts of different things. Caroline saying this is quite a long one. They are absolutely gorgeous. Thanks, Kitty. May give them a try. Not beading related, but when I moved house, the hall was here and all tiled and toilets. I have used the common strips and hang mirrors pictures, but I now buy heavy duty sticks on Velcro. Oh yeah, that's a good idea. And then I could change. Actually, I have got some Velcro strips somewhere in in one of the drawers, which we used to use for when we did exhibitions. So maybe they will be better. Charlotte is saying love the colors. Will you be bringing black, grey, silver colorways out, please? So you could make up your own colorway you wanted to. I just did these 3 of them. Yeah, we could do like a monochrome one, but because you need 8 colors within to do all the lines together. So probably when we come, I'll do, this one is done with 6 colors. So this one is slightly different. We will have to do a different pack for this one. And the one we just set in resin, that's using 8 colors. So with the 6 colors, perhaps we could do more of a monochrome one, because obviously, like, you know, you got black, 2 or 3 grays, a white, you know, there is in pinks and purples, there's so many different shades you can use, or blues, but in monochrome sometimes it's quite difficult to do something shaded because not that many in there. How many can you make from the kit? Edward's asking. So each kit is going to make you 2 coasters, and I do appreciate that they are a little bit more expensive to make, but I promise you they're really going to be those special ones that nobody else is going to have. And if you think about it, a plot of of glitter or a pot of, you know, paints or gild or anything you want to use in the resin, they are 12, 13 pounds as well to make them colourful. So they're really, really, they will be really worth it. But let me just catch up with the comments and the question. Is there any more questions? And then if everybody is good, then what I'm going to do, I'm going to go over to Kitty Robinson Designs and I am going to continue playing with the resin because I do have another 120 ml here to use up, and I have got some smaller molds as well, which I'm gonna grab out and have a little play with it. But I'm conscious of the time. We've been in here for an hour, or an hour and a half already. I love it. I could stay here all day. Do you do light grey? Yes, so we could do light grey to dark grey. I'll have a look for a monochrome and monochrome option as well. But at the moment, we've got 3 options. So you got your blues, you got your pinks, your blues here, you got your pinks, and then you have this colorway, which is my my lounge. I guess this has got your more of a monochrome colorway if you don't sort of leave out the 2 blue turquoisey color there. Yeah, so that's it. Right, let me just have a look if there's any question. I don't want to miss anything out. Yes, we will bring out the black silver. I'll have a look at grey colorway some point. And I know I can't smell the resin when I was heating it. Is everything in a bead coaster kit? So in our bead coaster kit, what you get on our website, which is Totally Beads, you get all the beads to make the coaster. Now, where did I put? There is. So you get all the beads to make a coaster. There's 2 coasters per kit. So one of them, you're going to start with color number 1. Color number 1. Let's go back to the other screen. This is the one I want. So the one of them, you're going to start with color number 1 and work yourself up with color number 8 because you're using more beads on the outer circles than you're using on the inside. In the second coaster, you're going to start with color number 8 in the middle and work yourself. Let's just take this silly glove off. In the second one, you're going to start with color number 8 because you start in the inside and you work yourself way outwards. So you're going to start with color number 8 and work yourself down to color number 1. You can make your own pattern. You don't have to use a particular set of colors, but decide how you're going to make it because the number of beads are enough to make 2 coasters, and it's only enough if you do 1 to 8, then a 2, 8 to 1. So that's it. Lucy put the link up for mine. So head over to Kitty Robinson Designs and we're going to continue the fun there. Those of you at Totally Beads, thank you so much for watching it. I know that like this has been the 3rd weekend that we've been doing these coasters, but this creation station is really more about me, I guess, as a designer and doing stuff what I really do love to do. And the resin was one of the things what I was dying to have a go at last year. And I'm so glad that Sarah put me on to Just For You, online UK company selling the resin, and we could have teamed up with them and we do so get the resin for them. They're the expert in the resin, and you can get the beads from us because we are the expert in the beading and sort of how to make the beaded part of it as well. Something different. If you've been working with resin before, you know you can use all sorts of different colors, but this one you're gonna have a specific texture. Right, everybody on Total Beads, have a lovely day, and hopefully, I'm really crossing fingers, we get some snow here this afternoon, and then I can go out and just play. But hopefully we will have we will have some snow. Don't know, we'll see. So I'm gonna say goodbye to Totally Beads, and anybody who wants to stay and watch me playing with the resin, head over to Kitty Robinson Designs. The feed is just gonna continue, so it's not going to. So we're just gonna sort of keep on there. Love Creation Station. I love it too because we can do so many different things. And I'm just gonna be here probably an hour, another hour, and play with the leftover resin. I bought a lot of stuff from work and I'm going to play with it. Right, Totally Beads, see you later. Thank you so much for watching. I will see you next Saturday, and I will unreal. I'm not quite sure when they are going to be hardened by, but we will see how we go along, and I will pop a post up if I reveal them earlier than Saturday. Right, my lovelies, have a lovely weekend, and I see you very soon. And those of you on Kitty Robinson Design, just stay there and hello, and we're gonna continue. Right, so I need a sip of my coffee first of all. I like this because when I'm only on my page, I can be more relaxed and I can be more like more me, I guess. But when on Total Beads, I feel a bit more like, oh, I have to keep it more professional. So let's get started. Now I bought a lot of stuff home from work, and I'm just going to start playing with it and start pouring little bits of pieces. And then I'm going to have to leave a little bit of resin for Christopher, or if we use it up, I'm going to have to mix some resin up for him because he wants those dominoes as well. The dominoes, where is it gone? There. So the dominoes mold, I'm going to shut the window just for a sec now. It wasn't expensive again. I think it was £6-7. So we can make, even if you just make a couple of them each time, we could build up a little set. So we're going to have a little play with that. We could put all sorts of different, they would be good as well actually, because we could set all sorts of different stuff in there and make. But the things I bought home, from work, I'm just going to show you. So I went through the warehouse with Gabby that day and had a look. Oh, everybody's saying hi again. Oh, it's so nice. Hi, GT. Hi, Jean. Hello again. Hi again. Fancy seeing you lot here. Oh, bless you. Hi here with you again. Oh, thanks you. So nice. So I bought lots of different bits of pieces home. These are our acrylic roses. I bought these ones home. I want to see how they're going to see if they're going to keep their shine once we set them into resin. Come on, focus on me, camera, and just have a little bit of play around it. I have got a couple of molds. I had this one for quite some time. Well, I will get a link for you for next week as well. So I'm going to try to do a couple of little pendants in this one. And then I've still got a round coaster one. We can set more bits of pieces because I really want to see how is this going to look, because as you can see, it looks really nice. This is and most of you probably got some of this at home because you had them for some times. I really want to see how is this going to look like in a resin. So we have a little play with that. Moving on to the second tray, I brought home a lot of metal stuff. Look at these. I want to play with this. How's this going to look like? With all these tags, we got happiness, we got music, hope, wish, peace, all of this stuff. I want to set that in a pendant and see how's it going to look like. I also want to try out mixing up a little bit of a glitter. These ones, they look great as well, I see. Just to play around with them. And I bought home these as well. They are little pendants, bells, pendant. What we sell for glue your own cabochon in, but they are perfect to do something to set the resin inside it, because resin will stick for everything which is not acrylic or plastic. So have a little play with that. I thought the snowflakes would look really good. Come on, focus on it in there. But this one, I think we're going to have to set it in with tweezers. So we set it exactly where we want to set it. I bought some of these air wires home, so we're going to have so much fun. I'm sure, and I got I got another tray and I got other boxes as well. We're not going to get to do every single one of them today, but I'm going to try to get to as much as I can. So if you got time, just hang around, and I'm just going to chucking stuff on here, and I'm going to pop some music on as well. So just turn the music back on, and I'm just going to start playing and sort of talking to you. Any questions you have, just pop it in there and I will answer it as I go along. Right, another sip of the coffee. The domino mold set, I will get you the link later because again there was quite a few of them as well. So I will pop what I do. Lucy, don't worry about the link just now. What I do, I'll pop the links all together in one post and I will post it on Kitty Robinson Designs on Facebook. So you will have everything in one place later on. When we finish, I will grab all those links because I have them saved already. I will post it. I will make a post and I will put it up on my page. I pity you can't do this on Zoom. Oh, bless you. Oh, yeah, I didn't think about that. We could have had like a little Zoom link and just coming in and doing it. Right, okay, so what shall we start with? I'm excited. I'm gonna choose. I've got a few bits, but I just want to see how is it gonna look like set in resin. So I think I'm just gonna grab another coaster mold or two and just set a few bits of pieces in there. And then I really want to play around to making a couple of pendants with these. So bear with me. So I actually got, oh, I got a couple of these. I've got square ones and I got the round ones we used. And also actually Nicola sent me these. They're from Just For You online. And they to make bangles. Now, I'm not really a bangle fan myself because well, actually this one is quite big. So this one actually might be alright. My problem with bangles, I can never get them get them over my knuckles because my hands, I got large hands. I got men hands, I think. My hands are quite big and I always struggle to get bangles through them. But I think these ones, this one would be definitely too small. There was 4 sizes in this set. I could use it for something else. I don't have to use it as a bangle, so we could have a little go at this one to create like a ring. But the small one, I guess, because that's quite small, I could turn that into a pendant and just have something. So I might have a go at that one. One of those. Also what Nicola sent me. She sent me molds for some rings. So I want to try one of the largest ones. I don't know about rings, how big are these ring sizes. We're going to try out one of these. Just want to see how they look like. Just want to play. You have the pendant mold. Oh, okay. And I think Lucy can tell you as well because she's been looking and I've been messaging with her. There is so much you can buy. And even on Amazon, when you look at it, do sort it by price as well. If you do look things on Amazon, because I found the same product in one auction. It's like £6, and then in another auction, just because they add like 12 potters of glitters or something next to it, is £15. So do look around. When I look, I search something and I look at it, and then I sort it by I press the prime thing on. So only the prime bits came up, and then I sorted by price, and then look at it because all these molds, they're all coming from the same place. They're all coming from China. So it's just different companies importing it. Okay, so those are our molds. Actually, one more sec. I've got another mold. Oh, I think I got 2 more molds. These ones I had ages ago. This one is a we had a little play with Sarah with some UV resin, but it wasn't really that great, so we never really went any further to it. But I got a couple of little molds as well. Yeah, and I actually ordered some which is all separate ones because it's great to do a one big piece, but if you only want to pour 1 or 2, then you just want one of those. So you can have a go at that one. And I think that's it all there. I got one of these. Another coaster mold or something like that with like they fit together, so you can have them together. This is from Just For You Online UK as well. But because I did so many of these coaster molds, I think I'm going to put this on the side and see and play some around with those. Oh, and also she sent me these little leaf ones. So these might be earring and pendant mold. So might be worth to pop something in here. Those molds are great for setting dried flowers in the bangle ones. Yeah, I haven't got. Have I got any dried flowers? The problem is, I packed away. So before I remodeled, I guess I have to say remodeled because I changed everything in here, my office. I had loads of stuff down here. I had paper crafts, I had wool, I had everything. I had loads of different things. And when I changed over, I wanted to pack everything else away and have just bead related things in here. But now I'm kind of thinking, well, actually, I do need some of the stuff, so I keep sort of running up to the spare bedroom upstairs and getting things, but I'm going to have to another little sort out. Right, so those are the molds what we can have a go at. Now, I am going to do the same thing. Is the bottom or the top? That's the bottom. So when I pour it, I'm gonna take one of these lids and pour it in there because I want to be able to move it around because I'm going to need this table later on. So we're going to pour it in that one. I got 3 of those. So hopefully that's enough. I can see a couple of bubbles came up to the top on that one. I'm just going to leave it for a sec. I'm just putting the top on the other ones. I just need something. That's it. Yes. I just put a couple of larger little tubes in the middle of the other mold, so it definitely doesn't touch the top. Right, I think we are ready, set, go. So in theory, like the quicker the resin sets, the better for you, because obviously you get quicker results. But I am thinking this resin is perfect for me because I can dabble around and do loads of different bits of pieces and they still be workable. I have to make a plant pot holder, yeah? I think they do so many different ones. So let me know in the comments what sort of molds are you interested in, and I can get all sort of links and just post it on Facebook, because not because like I wanted you to get that particular one, because there's all sorts of different ones. But if we say like, oh, we want a bangle mold, or we want a pendant mold, or we want like a pot mold for a plant pot holder, if I give you the link and there's 2 or 3 of you, then click on that link and that gets the exact one, then you can share pointers with each other. You can share like, how did it behave for me, or how did it behave for you, and work it out. Yeah, I know I need to leave some for Christopher, but he's quiet now. He's in, I think he's watching TV, so he's quiet now. I'll mix some extra up for him if you need to. Right, okay, so let's get started. What shall we do first? What shall we do? Oh, and what I want to try out as well, actually I think I got some half cuts here at home in one of the, I'm going to have a look. Have a look at these. You must have some of these at home. We did this, and I just want to have a look like how they're going to look like in the resin itself. So I'm going to have a little go at these as well. Maybe just put a little piece in the resin. But actually, I think I have got little offcuts somewhere. Yes, I have. Brilliant. So I don't have to use a new one. I got little offcuts we can use. Just want to see how they're going to behave inside the resin. Oh, and there is the other ones. Brilliant. So they've got two different types there. Right. Is there any more of that one? Or why not just take it out and then it's easier? Oh yes, I got other ones as well. So I want to have a go at that. Please sort of commenting on it and sort of talk to each other as well, because otherwise I feel the need, I have to keep chatting. And you know me, I could waffle on for England and Hungary and all the countries of the world. Right. Okay, so let's try this one first. Let's fill this one up, because we're not going to take much to fill this up. So again, it doesn't with something like this, because both of the sides, there's no lips or anything like in the coaster, so the good side which is facing up can be your front. So it doesn't have to be, that doesn't have to be your back. Got a little, is it on this side? Yes. And there, just to make sure, I'm gonna actually wipe that out. Just feels a bit dusty. So I'm gonna fill these up. I do want to mix some colors, and some less is more, I think. So let's move these just over here. That's not far away when we need them. So that, see, can you see that there's resin from last week? It's actually stuck to it quite hard. So do you have as much protection as you? Put that there. Move this up. I'm just going to take that logo off so we got more room there. So that's what we're going to do. So I am going to mix a little bit of color up. I have got glitter, and I have to say Jo sent me, she was so lovely, little pots of glitters herself, because she used them for nail art. So she sent me some little pots. So I'm going to use some of this as well. I'm going to try it out and see how we go. Thank you, Jo. It's so nice. Right. So for the colors, only really you're gonna use these tiny cups. So I only got from Just For You online the measuring, it's like a little set they have, and they have got some smaller ones in there, some larger ones, all sorts of different ones, and it comes with the little sticks and everything else. I'm not quite sure what was the name of it. Lucy, if you do you remember that it comes with all sorts of little stirrers. You can use a like a wooden stick to stir it or anything like that. These are just sort of makes life easier, because you can reuse them over and over again. Where's those other cups? I'm taking those out. I've got resin in so many different places now. Oh yes, and that's the one size bigger cup they have as well. I'm keeping it in a bag so it stays nice and clear. Right. Find one more mold. So I want to try out this one. I got this one, and I've written try first on there. This is rose gold shard. So what we're gonna do is, what I'm thinking we're gonna do, I'll have to sort of sit down and talk to Nicola properly again, but as we're coming up with designs, I'm fusing beading and bits of pieces together with this, and then obviously they got loads of glitters and loads of different bits of pieces what they sell as well. So I really wanna, if you could be gonna do more of these resin pouring and resin, because I love it, and I really I'm I'm so pleased with it, but I really want to keep it down to like one product per live, because I do appreciate that if I'm going to use for totally beads, for here when we mess about, I will use for Martina all sorts of different things, but for totally beads, when we bring something up there, I really want to keep it down to sort of one or two products per project, because otherwise I know it can be costly, and loads of you have got the beads at home already, but perhaps don't have the resin and these glitters, and I'm sure they look really, really great, but to invest into a brand new range and having it can be costly. So it's little but often. That's sort of my motto. So let's try one week and try another one next week. But when we play around, I'm sort of just gonna try these ones out. Right, okay, so but let's mix the colors up first. So I'm gonna sit back down, move those out of the way. Let's sit back down, and then we're gonna mix a little bit up. So I'm just going to fill these little cups. I'm just gonna fill them a tiny bit, and I'm gonna build it up in a way so my pendant, the top is gonna be the top. So the back of it, that's when I want to add a bit of color. And the front of it, I'm going to have to pour clear one over it. So mixing the colors, I'm just going to pour a tiny bit, because you don't need much, into one of these little mixing cups. And just add bits to it. And that's it. Actually, was there a... If I'm going to use the rose gold glitter, maybe let's try. What do you think would go better with rose gold? Like a tealy color, a purpley color, perhaps a blue, the neon pink and the neon green, or the orange. I don't think so. Leave those ones to the sides. Black is too dark, red is too red. So I think pretty much that's our... We got midnight blue, aqua blue, we got emerald green, or amethyst. Which one of those four colors do you think would go better with some rose gold glitter? Design teal, Sheila is saying. Bring this a bit closer. I keep forgetting I got these stools out of the kitchen. Blue, teal, purple, blue. So we got two for the blue. Purple would be look that one as well. Teal, two for the teal. Amethyst. Well, let me just look. These ones on blue. This is what you're saying. By teal, I suppose you mean the green. Amethyst. Oh, the door is opening. Hey, sweetheart, we're not ready yet. So 1, 2, I think the purple is winning, so let's do the purple. I'm just gonna mix some colors up. So this is shake before use. A good thing I read the label, because I didn't shake it, so I just shake it up. Always read the label, and I'm such a little monkey.
Did
because
you make your other ones?
Yes, over there, but don't touch it, please. I'm such a little monkey because I don't like to read the label. I just want to sort of get on and making. So this is the amethyst, and this is called premium resin dye. This is from Just For You Online UK, and I am only going to add.
So what are you making now?
A couple of.
Mum.
Oh, I will if I cut the end off. I need a pair of scissors. Can you pass me those cutters from down there, sweetheart? If you're here, I've got my little assistant. I'll get her to do the brown handle ones, please. The cutters. Yeah, that's it.
What are you making?
So I'm just going to use my pliers and cut the end of this off.
Mum, what are you making now?
I'm gonna make a couple of pendants. I'm just cutting it off, making sure the end. And before I move on to anything, I'm gonna take my handy little wipe here. Now the wipe I got is I got it in the hardware store. And can you just pick it up for me, please, sweetheart? Can you just give it to me, that one? I got it in the hardware store. They're really, really big one. There's a lot in there. And that's what I found, that they're quite thick as well. So that's the one I'm using. Okay, so let's get going. A couple of drops. Oh, I think I just got this. One. Let's add 2 drops and see what happens.
It looks like little eyes.
Yeah, and I'm gonna stir it around now. Just gonna get rid of that little spillage. Just take one of these stirrers. So when you look at these one, this side is a little bit more flexible, and this one is more like a spoon. So I'm gonna go in with a spoon end, and I'm just gonna mix this around, and you can see how the color. I'm gonna do. It's not like doing beading, because when you're doing beading, come in on this, and then I'm going to hold it here, so you can see the color is starting to mix up. I am going to need more than 2 drops to have a nice color for the back. I think definitely it's not dark enough, so let's add another 2 drops to it. You might have to. I only have a tiny bit of in there, and I'm gonna keep mixing around. Again, I don't think still not dark enough from my background. It's getting there, but it's still not dark enough. So far we got 4 drops in this, and I only have, if you look at it from the side, I only have maybe a quarter or to a third of a by. Hold on, let me cut to the other camera so I can show you. Can you see it? So I only have that much in there. So I think I need another couple of drops. So 1, 2, so 6 drops altogether so far. I wanted to zoom in on this a little bit, so you can see. Yes, you can do some drawing, sweetheart, and keep on mixing it. So the more dye you add to it, the darker the resin gonna become. But I think step by step, do it. You can always add more dye to it. And I guess you can always dilute it with more resin, but then you're just going to be making up. And excuse my fingers, it's really dry, but I didn't want to add. I just had that gloves in a bottle on there.
Where's your charger? Because your iPad is on 1%.
Don't know, darling, because you've taken it away from my bedside table.
Yeah, well, you had one here, remember?
It's in next door. I'm going to pop that to the side there. I think once we start pouring it, we will see. We might add. I'm going to pop the top back on this. I think I saw they do smaller resin kits that they would use just for experimenting with, in case decide it's not for us. So I am talking with Nicola about that, but we will see what's going on. I mean, just one by one. I suppose we'll see. That's why I'm gonna. Oh, my earring's fallen out. That's why at the moment I'm gonna stick to doing coasters and bits and pieces with beadwork. And once we can get things sort of moving, we will do some jewelry and other bits and pieces as well. But just watch the space. Right, which one shall we try next? I got glitter. I got these rose gold shards, which I'm dying to try. And we also have, this one is purple opal flakes. So maybe they will look really, really good on the top as well. And we also have amethyst pigment. So which one shall we try? Do let me know. And muddy purple epoxy pigment paste. Where are the dies from? So the dies are from Just For You Online UK. All of these, what I have, is from this company. Just For You Online UK. Oh, sorry, upside down. That's it. Yeah, actually, why is my picture upside down? That's easily remedied. Let's sort that out. I'm going to rotate myself. That's it. So now we are in the right way. There is loads of different products on there, but the purpose is what I'm doing here. Opal flakes. Victor is saying I'm going to try out all sorts of different stuffs, and when I find something sort of solid, like how I found these coasters are going to work very well, then we're going to do a big tutorial on totally beads, and otherwise I'm just going to be here and playing with it. Let's try the rose gold. I got 2 more to mix in, so rose gold shards, because I really want to try that one. And Victor said the opal flakes, which was this one, the purple opal flake. So let's try these 2. We can try the other 3 as well, because I got more cups here, don't forget. So you could do all sorts of different things. There's still a lot of resin left in here. So I'm going to do the same things. I'm going to open this very slowly, because I'm not even sure. Oh no, it has got a top on it. What you have to... Let's move this out of the way just for 1 sec, because I don't want to get anything on there. What... I keep this one is going to, I'm going to have to try to get it. So I'm just going to open this. I'm going to open it very slowly, because I don't want anything to fly anywhere. And I got a suspicion, by there is not really heavy at all, that it could fly everywhere. Well, I've got a bin right next to my leg, so I'm going to dispose that top. Now let's pop it in here. What I'm going to do, I'm going to take another one of those stirrers. One side of it obviously is the flat one, and I got it all over my hands already. And the other one is like a little spoon. So I'm just going to go in with that little spoon. I'm going to take 1 spoonful and pop it in there. But this time, what I'm going to do, instead of stirring with the spoon side of it, I'm going to stir with the other side, just in case if I have to go back and scoop some more out. So I'm going to stir with the other side. Oh yeah, that looks really good. So basically these shards are just going to be floating in my resin. I think that looks really good, but I think I might need just a little bit more. Camera, where you go? It's back. Do you think I just need a little bit more? What do you think? Shall we put 1 more in there? I think once we, I'm not quite sure. This is gonna be the experimental one. So just by 1, maybe leave it. Let's just leave this one just with 1. Gonna scrape this off. No. I'm changing my mind backwards and forwards. I'm gonna go back and add another one to it, because if I'm and pop the top on there, because if I'm adding this on the top of another thing, I really want that to show up. So actually I can go ahead and stir it with this side now. It doesn't matter, because I'm definitely not going to go back and get any more out. Yes, I think that just given a few more shards, but I think that's going to look really good. And now let's try the purple opal flakes. Another stirrer. Open this up. Oh wow, this looks delish. This looks really, I have to be very careful. It's very, see how it's, I don't know, it's sticking to, sort of going to the side. Very light material. Any of you worked with gold or silver leaf, with anything else? Just take a little bit more. It's such a gorgeous color. Any of you, if you've worked with any gold or silver leaves to do projects before, I did it years and years ago. It's very similar to that. A very thin layer of but I think this is going to look good. We might need this to, yeah, I think might need this, a different background for it, but the purple, I'm not sure if this is going to show up on a purple very well, but we will see. Right, okay, so now the fun begins. I'm going to pop this to the side. Actually, I am going to mix a bit of glitter up as well, just to have just to do a tiny bit, because I just want to see when we pour it out that what is it going to be the different in between the different mediums. Just get another stirring stick. Oh, I love this. I really do love this. I think I could get into a big mess doing this. I think you could, but like, you know, I'm working in a box lid here. I got a mat on my table and, you know, we just changed the carpet. So if I got anything in a carpet, Simon would absolutely definitely kill me. So just being careful, just really being careful with it. Less is more, just use little amounts. And this, it will be easy to clean up. Right, let's try this glitter. This is the rose gold glitter. I'm just going to mix a tiny, tiny bit in the bottom of the cup. Just open this. How is that? I don't want to poke my hand in it so much. I don't want to, you know, glitter just goes everywhere. Put that in the bin straight away. Right, glitter, yay! I love glitter. I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna be greedy and putting 2 in there and then mix this up. Oh, I like that. I think I need a little bit more though. I already like the other cup, the smaller cup was better to mix in because I can see better what was happening shallower. This one, I will need a little bit more glitter in it, definitely. So I'm going to scrape the end. And you can see it there, like how it's flowing down. That's how much glitter is in it. I want just a tiny bit more. So I'm going to go for another 2 scoops. And I know definitely I'm not going to need any more than that. So I'm going to pop the top on there and keep mixing this. Oh, this is going to look really good. So the more glitter you put in there, the more, look, less see-through is going to be. Can you see that? It looks really, really great. That's it. Right, and I got, let's try this amethyst pigment as well. And that's actually quite good because you're working with purples and rose gold, so they're all gonna go together. Like I've got a little bit of resin at the bottom there. This is just like eyeshadow. It looks like eyeshadow powder, just really, it looks like a really fine powder. But did I put those stirring sticks I just bought here? There it is. Jeannie's saying, I got this starter kit from Just For You, but I think I might have to get some more mixing pots. Right, so if anything you get, but totally beads, I'm going to do 1 scoop of this one because this looks quite dense. So I'm not sure how much this is going to... It's got a really nice shimmer to it. But yeah, we're going to need another one. Maybe, maybe not. I'll just keep stirring it. So anything you get, put the Totally Beads discount code at the end because you get 10% on it. But have a look as well, and I will get you all the links and put it in a post later on, so you can see it will be in one place everything what you need. But I think it will be great. So let's see. Let's just dribble on the side. That is quite dark enough, but I think I want this as a background color. So I'm gonna add just a tiny bit more in there to make it more of an opaque than see-through. I'm gonna pop the top on there straight away. Oh, hold on. I forgot to put back this little lid on it. I'm gonna put this back on it and keep it just like that. Right, and just mix this right up. And then actually we got one more pot, so might as well go ahead and mix a little bit of that one up as well, the last little medium we have here. And try them all. I love the color of this. It's like a shimmery purple. How dark is it? Oh, look at that. That's really nice and dark now. Brilliant. Right, so last pot, I'm going to add a tiny bit of resin in here. And I can feel that the resin is not thickening so much, but it's definitely thicker but when I mixed it up when we started. But that was like 2 hours ago, so... And I'm going to try this muddy purple epoxy pigment paste. This is the last one I'm mixing up. And then we're going to start adding them into the pendants or anything we want to add it into. I had a little peek into this one because I was interested what sort of... it's just like acrylic paint, really. You see that? I just got one little bulge out and I'm going to just mix in the bottom here. This is going to look great as well, look. Again, very easy to mix up. Properly, I would say this one is the easiest to mix up. Straight away I put it in there, it started to mix. Ooh, I think I might have added slightly a little bit too more because it's become too dark. So a little pot like this, I know they're like 12-13 pounds, it will be enough for years to come. So we definitely need to get some little taster pots. Right, so I'm just stirring all that up, making sure the color is gone all the way around. But look, that's going to look like a really nice color as well. Right, so let's get on with the fun part. So I'm going to do these first. Let's zoom out so you can see the whole of that. Right, so I just got various different size of pendants here. Now there's all sorts of different ones and molds you can get. At the moment, we're just sort of trying out and seeing what's going to work with what, because I got stuff here I want to set in the resin itself. I want to use beads and all sorts of stuff, but I'm comfortable using in my resin as well. So first of all, this is going to be obviously the back of my pendant. This is going to be the front of my pendant. So I'm going to add my background color. So let's add some of this lovely magenta in, and I'm going to make sure that I have it going all around. I'm just very slowly manipulating and moving it with my stick. Just go around there as well. Come on, you stick in it. And the sides. So I'll make sure that they about level there. Right, so we got that. And actually we could do this in layers as well. So we could do just one bit leave it to dry in it. Don't take it out and add more bits on it later on. So that's one. Let's see this one as a background color, because I love the shimmer of this one as well. Oh, that purple is just so lush. Just take it, make sure it goes all on the sides. And there. That's it. And then let's try this one as well as a background color. See, the amount I mixed up in those tubs are much more than in these little ones. I can see that now. It's like anything, you get used to the amounts as you go along, I guess. Go on in there. Just making sure it's gonna meet at the top. That's it. Okay, so just popping this to the side. So now I want to, now the fun part for me is that I want to go ahead and add some bits of pieces on the front of it. Shall we try? If I do the glitter as a background, let's have a look. If we did the glitter as a background, how would it look like? So let me just pour some of this in here. And which one we haven't done? We haven't done the shards, but I think they won't be good as a background. They all will be good as a main front. So I'm gonna grab some bits, which I know I want to try out. So I want to try one of these, but I want to set this on the top of the pendant. So I really want this to almost coming out of the pendant itself. So I really want to try that. I also, we could try a little message ring with one of them. I think that would look really good. I will try that in a coaster. So we got like little metal hearts and stars and all sorts of different bits of pieces. I think they would look really good in there as well. Oh, of course, and I want to try these. So, let's try both of them. There's two different types. I want to try these ones as well, because you only need one little blob to put in there to make it look nice. The tealy color is nice as well. What other colors have we got? I'll just get them all. Yeah. Right, I want to try those. Oh, yes. You're all thinking that, oh, what's she found now? Look at these. These are the ones, the 25p ones. I think they're going to look great in there as well. So let's use one of those in one of the pendants. Right. I'm not sure if I add this in. There's two things going through my mind right now. If I add this on the top right now, I got a feeling that it's going to sink to the bottom. So let's pop that in there and see what happens. Yes, so exactly what I thought. So if you do anything like that, you either need to, come on camera, either need to wait until the background color cures and then do the second pouring on the top of it, or just do a really thin layer around so it sits there. So I just chosen that one. That's message ring. It says Wish on the top of it. And then now I need to grab my tweezers, which I know Simon borrowed last week. Again, dear, have I got another one? Yes. I found the little one, this one will do. So I'm going to take my tweezers, and then anything else I want to place on the top of it, I'm going to do it with a tweezer. So let's just put the star there. I'm just leaving it to sink in. And actually, I might leave this to cure and then come back next week and add more to the top of it. We will see. Let's just leave that there for a second. We could add other bits of pieces going around it as well. So let's just have a look. What other beads do we have? Would it be nice? I need something small, I think, to go around it. But just now, I think that looks really good as a pendant. Let me zoom in so you might be just only see that one. I can't really move it around that much. Oh, yeah, it's focused on it. Can you see? I think just like that, it looks great already. But I think adding a couple of little bits around it. But actually, you might not need to, because if we add these rose gold flakes on the top of it, that just might, but then it might cover the writing up. I tell you what, I just seen this. What Jo sent me, bless her. I'm gonna add one of the little, there's a little sequin stars in here. They're little sequin stars. Bombshell Multi Glitz, this one is called. So let's have a look. I'm just going to pick out one star with my tweezer, if I can, and just chuck it on the top. And then find another one. Chuck it somewhere else. Ooh, move along, please. Oh, that will have to stay on the top there now. Just picking up another one. Come on. Just plopping it down somewhere else. Picking up another one. These tweezers are not the best. I'm gonna have to look. No, 1 second. I'm gonna go and pop in the cupboard and have a look for my other ones. Right, tools. Pliers. I've got pliers galore, but those little tweezers are nowhere to be seen. Oh well. Let's just try to. What if I got this one, but I think this one is even more. No, I've got glue on the end of it. That's a permanent one. This one is a new one. Might be. Let's try this one. What do you guys think? What do you think so far? Do let me know. Do let me know. What do you think? I'm just going to grab a few more. It's got like glitter bits in as well. Maybe I should have just got it between my fingers and just sort of sprinkle it. I just wanted to see if we could have a little more control over where is it going. Oh my god, that's gonna look so good. I love it already. I think, Joe, you're gonna be coming to you and buying some sample pots of these glitters. If you're watching. Oh wow, I think that looks good. Just a little bit more just here. You know me, but I think this is one of the things, and this is what I heard from quite a lot of people who do resin, and they do it quite successfully. But sometimes you just need to walk away and need to stop, because you can overfill it and over add things to it as well. If I added a clear one on the top of it here, I think everything would move away in place. So I'm not sure. I think I might have to wait with this one until next week and come back and then pour things on the top of it. So I think I'm quite happy with that. So let's leave that one as it is. Now I want to try this in the next one. Again, I think I'm gonna, if it's gonna go in it, I need this one to float on the top. These again, I think on our website they are like 10 for £1 or £2 or something like that. They're really cheap. There's a couple of different ones. There's a glittery one, and there is one which looks like more like a crystal, like faceted one. But I think the faceting might lose the. Just put a glittery one in there as well. Where shall we have it? Have it like off-centered. The faceted one might lose the facets on it. So we see. We try those couple of little bits of pieces, and we see next week, or after we pour the top on it, that how they're gonna look like. Now other things I'm gonna add in there, because I got a purple background and I started to add tealy things. Look at these mermaid ones. They look great. So I'm gonna add one of these in there. I'm going to move that up a bit, because I want to add this big mermaid one. I should have started with the bigger one, shouldn't I? In the middle. They're sinking in. So yes, I think in future what we need to do the background color either really, really thin, or do it right until it dries. And don't forget, you always say less is more, Dan, you know me so well, and I do that as well, and I keep adding more and more bits to it. Right, so what I'm also going to put in that's going to sink. I'm just looking what I have here. What I can have here. Is there any? So that's purple and teal. So I need something. Maybe a bit of this for a few sparkles on the top. I'm loving this, Joe. I have to say, I don't know, Joe, if you're on here, but I'm loving these glitters. What you sent me. Because they got, oh, but we got those flakes as well. I just add this on here. Oh, we contaminated that one already. So we're going to have to use that on there. This is why using the pendants when there is single ones is better, because you're not going to contaminate one with the other. Does that make sense? Oh, this one's got a few stars in it as well. How about that? Let's see how that turns out. I'm still, I think this one, I need something in here, because it's too open there. So let's have a look. Oh, I've got a little bear. I've got a little hematite bear. Shall we add him on it? Can you see a little hematite? Shall we add him into it? in the corner just there. How would that look? Let's say, tell me yes or no to add the little hematite bear in the corner just there. That could be like a little signature piece, like with a little bear on it, but I think it would look really good. I'll move that up a little bit, and we could have a little hematite bear just sitting there. Give me yes or no, and we'll add the hematite bear into it. Would be better putting the glitter on first. Yes, we try that one next, Diane. Or I have a little flower, but I think the bear would look cooler. Yes. So let's add the bear on this one. He's not my good tweezers. There we go. Bear is in the house. Move him over a little bit. That's it. I think we leave it just like that, shall we? Alphabet beads. That would be really good to make some name, Brenda is saying. To put some alphabet beads on there. Lucy's saying, I'm all about more is more. Oh, bless you. Right. Next one, we already had a little bit of glitter in there. So this time in this one, because we spoiled the glitter in there, why don't we try it that way, that we add the glitter first and then we add things on the top of it? Good question. Where did I put the glitter down? Did you see me putting the glitter? Oh, we need to try these. We need to try these in there as well. Did you see me putting the glitter down? What did I do? What a glitter. The pink one is here, but this is not the one. I just add it onto the top of it. I just had it in my hand. Was it this one? Oh, it is this one. It was this one, wasn't it? I put it back. I didn't put it down on the table. I put it back where all the others are. One of the dragon eyes would look really good. So I'm going to change the tack stick slightly. I'm going to scoop a little bit with the end of my... and I'm going to do that and then see what happens now. Just a tiny bit more. Oh, that looks really good, just with the glitter on it. Right. So I can see just going off in a tangent here. Hold on, where is that? Wipe the end of this. You know, we mixed up these flakes, and look, they all sunk. They all sunk to the bottom of the glitter. So whatever we put this into, they're gonna sink to the bottom. So perhaps they will be good as a background color. Shall we try? So I'm gonna mix it up one more time. I'm gonna mix it up one more time, this one, and I'm gonna add it into the next. Just get rid of that glitter. Then I'm gonna add it into the next one. Oh, come on, glitter, come out. Glitter says no. I will get you out. And I'm going to put this in here and see what happens, because I think it will just sink to the back. Like it did in the pot. That's it. Shall we try to add a bit on the top here? I really want to try. Let's just see. What is this gonna do? I'm trying to add like in tiny little blobs. so it doesn't push the glitter around so much. No, it's gonna push it. I think with these ones, I'm gonna have to wait until it dries and or hardens and put the bit on the top of it. Right, this one looks really good. What shall we put in this? Should I put the flower in this one? Or put the flower in this one? Let me know. If you put the flower in that one, we perhaps need a different color flower. I got pink, but I think that will be too shocking. And that's the purple. I got this coral color. Again, I think the coral color might go nice with the rose gold. I got a tealy color. What about the tealy color rose with that purple? Do let me know which color do you want me to prefer. I'm gonna set this in it, and next time I'm gonna pour the clear resin over it, but I want this rose coming out of the design. I also got that color. Which color do you want me to put in? Do let me know. Yeah, I've got some smaller ones as well, which we used for bracelets before. Or that would have looked lovely in there, look. Now thinking, we could have put that in there. That is that sort of colors. Never mind. Right, what color do you want me to add to it? We're gonna add it to this purple. Shall we add the cream? Shall we add this turquoise? Or the purple itself, or the purple one? We're gonna add it into this one. Which color do you want me to add in? Right, in the meantime, I'm just going to pour in this one. I want that background, the dark background, and I just got some acrylic beads in there I'm gonna set. So I'm gonna pour this in here. I love this one. This one was, which one was this one? This one was this, wasn't it? The amethyst pigment. So let's put in both of them, and then this one used up. Oh, actually, saying that, just making sure I'm getting it into the corners. And again, I've got a little bit left, but I think we're gonna need a tiny bit for this. Oh no, this is the other way around. So for Christopher, oh my lovely. Oh yes, so they are, I can't put the color in yet because first I think you need to do it however you do it, and after that maybe set some colors because those little dimples are come in. So no, I won't need any more of that color. Okay, so I want to see how these are very cheap acrylic hearts, how they will look good. Oh, that looks really good, I think. Oh, you can't see it, can you? Move it up a little bit. You see it now? They look really, really good. So I'm gonna add a few of this in here. Sometimes mixing things up is great, but sometimes it's just nice to have the same stuff in there. So I'm just holding at the top. I'm letting it slide in. I can slightly maneuver this around a little bit. I think they're gonna look great. But again, I think we might need some glitter or something with it. Well, sometimes plain is good. Let's add a couple of more hearts to the top. Right. I can't seem to, something happened to the comments and I can't see any of your comments right now. So let me just give me a sec and see what's happening. What is happening? Maybe because we've been around or we've been on here for so long. Just pull the feed up. Just one sec. Right, and I'm gonna go all the way in. Would a jump ring fit around the dots on the dominoes and a bit of a bling? Yes, you could do that as well. We could turn them into all sorts of different things. Teal, smaller ones are better, teal. So it looks like you were all voting for the teal flower. So I am going to have to, I don't know why is it not bringing this anymore. Let me just close this down and open it up and see. Don't know. I'm gonna have to see. We're gonna add the teal one in there. Let me just finish with these flowers. But the flowers, these hearts, and then we move on to the flowers. Shall we add one more or is that it? We got 4. I just think 4 is a bit. Or shall we take one out? Move this down. This one needs to come down. So the great thing about it, that even though I added it in it, I can still sort of swish it around and move them around as I need to. I think one more. I'll just move this down here. I want them all facing the same way, slightly off angle. Yes, no, I don't know. I don't think so. Not more for the top. I think that's fine. I'm not gonna. Sue is saying take the top one out. Jeannie's saying less is more. So we're definitely not gonna add any more in there. We're just gonna leave it in there. But I then ended up with this here on the top, which is very, very empty. So I feel like I should be adding something on there or something to it, which could be just sort of maybe the glitter flakes. Let's try to add some of this onto the top of it and see. Well, I know, but that rose gold and that is silver. And I haven't got any silver shards. What are those? One sec. I had, where did I put them? I got these. Try this on the top, shall we? These flakes. They are glitter flakes, little triangles. Let's try this one. It's gonna take me all day tomorrow just to tidy all of these bits up, I think. So glitter flakes. Just gonna see if I can grab a couple. Oh, I just dropped it out of the bag. So they are the glitter flakes. I think maybe they will look good at the top. Just to put a bit more pattern, a bit more texture, something interesting there. But I think I'm just going to sprinkle it with my hand and see what happens. I can get that pin. Where is that pin gone? And move it around. That's it. Move them apart. I'm going to need a little bit. I think that looks really good. I'm going to need a little bit more. just to give an extra bit of sort of glitz in there. I'm just gonna go in with the back of my I'm gonna pop these are bigger glitter bits, so I just really want to try how I can sort of, but they're gonna go, I guess they're gonna land on there where they want to land. So as much as you're trying to direct them where do you want them, they're gonna fall where they want to fall. How are we doing? I think that looks looking good. Just a few more bits here. Let's have some around these as well. And like something like this, I mean, you all have beads at home. You all have little findings or, you know, charms or anything like that. I mean, I really love the look of those hearts. And they are just cheapy acrylic beads. So I think something like this, what I love about is that you can go ahead and you get loads of new bits in, but you can equally search your cupboards at home and use bits up what you already have. Right, I'm going to leave that one like that because I think that is perfect. Right, on the other side, let's try something different. So I just used those acrylic beads. On the other side, I'm going to use these. Now these are the Tibetan silver style hearts. Come on, focus. They're metal. These ones are metal. So on this side, I'm going to use this. What color dominoes do you want, sweetheart?
I don't know. What colours are there?
I don't know. What color do you want? 2 or 3? Shall we just... I think I'm just going to add 2 on here.
Can you do blue?
This one is a little bit different because there's a bit of texture, more texture to it. So, yeah, I'm going to leave 2. But I think, again, we need the glitter around it. We need something to...
Where is the mould for it? Oh,
there. I'm going to pop this flower in there at the same time.
What,
And I'm going to leave that to harden in there. And then we're going to fill the rest of it with clear. Do you think we need something here on the... Oh, sorry, let me bring this back down. Do you think we need something on the top here? Or is that a white like that?
Mum, how long does it take to dry?
About 2 days, sweetheart.
2 days?
Yeah. So I'm going to go ahead and add a little bit of glitter on the top here. The same one we added on the other side. The metal's got a different shine to it. The metal one. Oh, Ginny's saying take one out, keep it simple. Yeah, but I think like with hearts, I like to have, because with hearts, it symbolizes love. So it's like I always think like there's 2 people love each other. So that's why I'm trying to put 2 hearts in there or 4 in another place. One thing I really, really want to do is I've been playing this idea. So, okay, back up a bit.
I do.
In China, they got a big round ball and another ball in a ball and another ball in a ball, and they call it the family bead or the family. I'll show you. I got one when we were out there a couple of years ago, and we went to this jade museum, and they were like so expensive. And then one of our suppliers gave us one, and I was like so happy. So what the family ball is. This is going completely off topic. Is this? So you got a curved, and I'm gonna come out and show you this. So it's a curved ball out of stone, and we've seen how they make this. And there's another one, a smaller one inside it, and inside that there is a smaller one, and inside that there is another smaller one, and there's a tiny weeny one. This is a 5 one because there is 5 people in our family. Now over Christmas, what happened, this one rolled off the table and it broke. And I was so unhappy that that my little family ball is broken. I was really heartbroken about it. And I'm not going to be, I don't know when we're going to go back to China. I don't know, you know, what when or what's going to happen. So I just have to, I think I'm going to bead one, make one out of beads. Right, let me just see, I'm missing some of the comments here. The rose gold is the rose. Dear cat, keep it simple. Sorry, I think the rose is too big. I think it's slightly big as well, but I want to make it as a statement piece. So I'm going to leave it in. I have got smaller roses as well, which we can put in this one. And then we're going to see which one going to look better once they dry. It's all just an experiment. Right, reminded me of Chinese dolls, bigger. So the doll in the doll, that is... that one's actually Russian, like, and I had, I think babushka something they call it. We had one at home as well, and you got a doll and you got a smaller doll inside and a smaller doll inside all the way down. What's the proper name for it? Can you let me know? And I can't remember, but that is Russian. That ball that's the Chinese. Or maybe they do it in China as well. But that ball is the Chinese version of that sort of thing. Right, okay. So we have the smaller ones. And look, they're gonna go perfect with that rose gold. So I'm gonna plop one in here. Again, when this is gonna dry and when we are gonna set the resin on the top of it, this is gonna come out of the resin. So from the side, so can you see from the side camera? I'm trying to sort of, no, I can't really move that any smaller, but this is going to be raised up in front of the pendant. That's the look I want to achieve. Now, do we just put one rose on there, or do we put 2 or 3 roses on there? Let me know, what would you like me to do? 1 rose, or am I keep adding more roses? Just call them Russian dolls, yes. Just call them Russian dolls. So I've added one. If you want me to add another one, which that might look cool as well, let me know and I add a second one in there. Otherwise, I'm just going to leave that as one rose. And to be honest, I think with those glitter flakes behind it, that already looks really good. I don't think we need to add any more in there. So with that one, I think I'm just going to keep it simple. On the other hand, this one with the glitter, I don't really know what to do with that one. I want to add something into it, but because the shape of that pendant is quite sort of, don't know, what have I got? Let's have a look. What we can add. Ooh, I do have, and probably you got this home as well. I got some little hematite stars. We could add these in there all the way going along. I think that would look really good. Maybe 2, Francis is saying. 2 maybe. Just the one she's saying. The small one looks lovely, Dane is saying. Jenny's saying, I can't wait to see this, but my first time on your page, don't want to miss this. Oh, bless you. So we go live every single day at 10 a.m. on Totally Beads. And I do it with another couple of designers, Sarah Millsap and Sarah Payne. On the days when I do it, I stream to both places as well. So I will go to Totally Beads and my own personal design page as well. And then on other days when the other 2 girls are on, they just on the Totally Beads one. So today we already set resin coasters. This is what we did. I'm just very quickly going to show you. We set these ones as resin. Obviously we did this last week, but we launched a kit today to make a shaded one. So we sell the beads and we sort of got together with a resin company. They know a lot about resin. So you can get the resin for them and you can get the beads from us. I think that's going to look really good. Ooh, not. Oh no, actually it is. Sorry. I think that's going to look really good. First, when it sort of started to go inside the resin, I was like, no! And then actually, I think it's going to look really good. But I think I'm going to have to add stars going all the way to the top. What do you think? I think we needed quite a few more. So every 10 a.m. we are on live on Totally Beads. So today I already played around with that one, and now I'm just really messing about and doing all sorts of different bits of pieces. I do it on my page, which is Kitty Robinson Design 2 maybe. That's going back to the roses. Tiny stars? Yes, I didn't even read your comment, but I think we just sort of thought about the same things. Have you anything long? Yeah, probably. We got like ball chain and bits of pieces but I bought home. 3 stars. Yes, stars. Yes, all the way to the top. That you can do a zigzag. Yeah, I would love the idea as well. So let's careful because you don't want to get any dust inside this one, sweetheart. So let's just pop that back to the side. Let's add. Are we gonna add this other star? Let me just hold it from the top and see. Actually, that's a slightly different color. This is the same color. Have we had another one or not? Come on, camera, focus on here. I want you to focus here. Follow my hand. All the way here. It's not going to focus in because my hand is in the way. And I think at all shiny surfaces. So let's deal with this one first. Yes. He just found my secret stash of chocolate. I'm going to add it in.
I found it before, but I didn't ask you.
Oh, did you? Did you already have one? You little cheeky monkey.
No, I didn't. I just saw them and thought, oh, I'll ask Mum later.
Right, Harvey, I think the roses are nice like that. Yeah, or take the one out. Let me know. Yes, add loads. Right, I'm going to have to sit down for these little stars because they are quite small and demoing, wobbling, standing up is great, but I find that when I do something small work, I need to sit down and position myself. So another star. In you go. And another star. Oh, this is going to look so good. And I know, like, you know, quite a few of you will have stuff like this at home. I love all those resin bits of pieces when they swirl all the paints together and do all sorts of different things. But with this one, you can be really unique because the way how we added that bar, I'm just going to plop them in and then I will go in with the hat pin and move it around a bit. See, I'm not sure if you can squeeze another one in. I'm going to move it around with the hat pin. I'm going to have to get another hat pin because, oh no, here, right in front of me. Move them around. So if we add it in zigzag, let's see how would that look. Oh yes, I'm liking that. I'm liking that a lot. So because even if you just think about charms, there is hundreds of different charms in beading you can add. I'm so sorry you got that shine in there from the light. I don't really see. If I put my hand there just for a sec. Actually, how about if I go in and reduce this light and this light, will that make a difference? No, I don't think so. And if we reduce or more of that light, Dude, you're wobbling the camera.
Oh.
One more star. Or two more perhaps. Actually, maybe able to get away two more. You can always grab it out if you need to. So just think about it. Adding all those little lovely bits of pieces of beads what you have got into your resin can make it even more interesting. I love this one. Actually, now that when I first bought that thin one in, I was thinking, what am I gonna do with this one? But I really do like that one with the little stars. I think that looks really, really good. Right. So, let me just close this glitter up and see what else. I'm gonna wait with this until this dries. So I'm gonna wait this until this cures and pour more of it during the week. I'll probably come back online for you and show you. We got two more places there. Will that fit in here? So I wanted to, I think that will be, no, that's too big. I bought all, and we haven't even had a go at this one, and I really, really want to have a go at this one. So we're gonna have to speed up here because I think everything is gonna cure by the time I get myself. Oh yes, and these ones, and these ones. Oh, and these ones. Right, I'm gonna put this to the side. I'm going to put these to the side because we got all of these other bits to play with. These are like bracelet components, but we can put stuff on the top. Let's get these out of the way because we don't need that. Just looking, this glue is still not glue, resin is still nice and fluid. Goopy. Pop those on the bottom there. I'm going to pop this back in the bag. Just a couple of sec. I'm going to just tidy a little bit here. Right, dude, I need you to have a look. What color do you want? Come here for a sec.
What's that?
We can either use glitter, and I've got different colors of glitter over there, look. Come here. For your dominoes, we could either use glitter like that, or we could use paint like that. That looks quite good. Or we can layer it up. It's just up to you what you want to do. You like that look, but those are the little flakes we added on there at the end. So in that case, what we're going to have to do, because these ones are upside down, we're going to have to put the clear one in first, okay?
Wait, do I put this on like that?
Yes, but don't put it on there. You don't need it right now. Right, I need one. Come on, sweetheart, come out of the way. So we're going to keep that to the side, because that will be your project just in a minute. Right, I'm gonna turn this, get rid of these bits because we already got, I'll probably put another one in there in a minute. I just got everything right in front of me. I'm just gonna move bits about. Give me just a second. Tidy things away, there we go. So now, and then I'm gonna turn this. So I'm gonna wipe those stirrers and put them to the side because otherwise they're gonna keep falling out of the pots. Just wipe them down. We haven't used this one yet. This was the muddy, what was the name of that one? That was the purple opal flakes. We haven't used that one yet. So we need to use that. Oops. Right, turning this. Just my matty sticks to the bottom of it a little bit. Right, let's have until we got bits of colors here, let's have a go with these. Now this is just a pendant, and actually which one shall we use? This one. This is just like little Tibetan style pendant. Sorry, not in the shot. What I really want to do, there's like raised dots in there, and there's a little bit of pattern in there. So what I just want to do, I just want to add something to go over it. So one of them, now this is, we're just gonna use it like when you use like an enamel something, just to add a little bit. Oops, and I went next door to it. I wanted to be so careful, but clean it up one sec. If I just add this on the top of it, I know this is quite dark, but I want to see how much of the pattern behind it is gonna come through. So you could do this for any charm, I guess. You got where it has a lip, so the resin can sit in it. So let's try this one. It's coming through because obviously where, one sec, let me just get rid of this here. Wipe this up. I haven't got any with me right now, but perhaps if we had a little brush, like a paintbrush, or let's just try the other side of this. I could just pull it across. Yeah, that works. Because you only want a very thin layer on there. So if you get any charms like this, which has a lip, you can, oh, sorry, you won't be able, you're not able to see me. You have any little charm which has a lip, you can just add some color to it with some resin. We see how's it going to behave. I need a tiny bit more. And this one, just one more drop. But I can see the resin is not as much liquid anymore as it was when we started. So I'm going to have to wrap this up. Or I guess next time I just have to mix up smaller amounts. I think, can you see that you can still see the heart underneath the resin? Just want to slightly come to the side, because in some of the sides I went over, so I want to make sure they sort of the same all around. That's it. So I'm just going to push this to the side. That's done. And we see how that's that going to come out. And I got another one here. Let's try this with some... Oh, I had a little bit on the tip of my finger. I just clean this up quickly. I want to try with the glitter one to see how that's going to look like. So the glitter is actually sunk to the bottom. I don't know if you can see it very well, but it's sunk to the bottom of my resin. So I'm going to have to go ahead and mix this up a little bit. Let's turn this around and do it with a spoon end. I'm just mixing it up again, just to get that glitter pigment to come on the top of the resin. Right, and I'm going to do the same thing here, but obviously the painted one is a bit more solid color, and this one, because of the glitter, I reckon it's going to be a bit more see-through. So let's just have a look, how does this one going to look like. I still got so much resin, and I really made the smallest amount here, and I still got so much resin here that I think if you want a big resin like that, the 1.5 liters I got in mine, it's gonna go a long way. And I know that, and I think they might be already on the website, that is not heat resistant, but they bought out a smaller amount of resin for jewelry, to play with jewelry. Right, I'm going to pop that to the side as well. Christopher, can you please stop moving that table, because that moves the camera as well. Thank you. Right, next one. I'm going to try some of these pendants out. Now, I thought I could try this one out, which is, this one is for the Rivolies, but the problem I'm going to run into with this one, that it's not going to sit straight. I'm gonna get a new wipe as well for my hands. Right, this wipe I'm only gonna use for my hands. Put it to the side. So these ones, again, I want to create something pretty, so I'm going to add a very thin layer of background color and then add bits to the front of it. So what shall we add? What color? Shall we try this purple glitter flakes? Because we haven't tried this one yet. I'm just going to get one of those stirrers back. Stir this up. And add some to it. And then we see how is this going to look like. So because these are glitter fakes, they were gonna work the same way as the other one did. I think Simon is just home. Can you just see that? Who is that? Just I can just hear somebody coming in, Christopher. I think that's Dad.
Yeah.
So just adding those, just making sure they sort of spread out well. Just go to the corners there. Right, that's it. And now I'm gonna add that actually looks really pretty. I know you get the shine on it. If I move it a little bit, can you see that looks really pretty? I just want to add a couple of little bits of pieces, something really flat into it. So there is purples, there is aqua stills in there. So, oh, I could either do some small beads or how about trying, hey lovely, still live. How about trying a ball chain in there? How would that? I think that would look quite good.
On coffee?
Actually, I haven't even drunk the one I had in here before. I haven't had breakfast yet. So
Me either. I've been at work.
So I'm gonna have to have a big lunch. Why do you just leave it? We could just leave it just like that, shall we? We could do. I'll do that. So I'll leave this one just like that, and then we get the next one, and then we add something else into that one. So this one, because it's more a bronzy color, I'll add this darker purple, this muddy purple in there. So again, I only want a little bit to the bottom, just a couple of drops. Just a couple of drops. Oh, actually, that Francis, not Fran. Was it Francis? Yeah, Francis. Thank you so much, because I think that didn't go more. That glitter one will look really good by itself. So let me just add this. Just a tiny bit more. Again, I'm creating a very thin layer on here. I can always go back on, like, I'm going to leave this to cure, and then I can add more clear one on the top of it if I need to. So in this one, because this is more like, just like a shimmery purple, I really do want to add something into that one. So let me just turn it a bit up so you can see it. So that, pop that down. So the shine goes, can you see it? Just like purpley. I think let's add something to it. So we need something bronzy color for that one. Ooh, how about if we added one of these just sticking out? So with doing something like this, your design gonna become more three-dimensional. I am just gonna stick this in. I think that's gonna look really good. And the resin hopefully will stick to it and keep it in there, so I won't have to do anything more with it. So I'm using the resin really as a glue Make sure it sits straight, and that's it. What do we think of that? Oh, push it up a bit for you. What do we think of this? Do let me know. Although, shut that door, although this is seeping to one side. So true. If you're gonna do that, you need to find one which has got more of a flat back, because that one has got more of a round back. This one has got more of flat backs. So if I put this in there, it's hopefully it won't. Just leave it. Maybe just leave it. Oh, Jeannie's saying that's really nice. I'm going to pop this to the side and see what happens. I can always come back and just slightly adjust it, because see, it wants to flip over to one side. This one has got a flat, or it's going to annoy me. It is going to annoy me. I'm gonna take it out. It's gonna annoy me because it's gonna then dry lopsided. So I'm gonna take it out. I'm just gonna wipe the back of it off and pop it to the side. Let's put this one in, because this one has got a flat back. Can you see? So this one is not going to. One sec. So flat back wise, I'm just looking at the colors. These are the colors I have. I think this pink one's going to be the nicest in it. Let's add this pink one in. Yes. So this one, because it has a flat back, it's all of a sudden it sits the right way. So I'm just going to leave this like this and see what happens. See if the resin will be strong enough to hold that rose in without adding any more on the top of it. So let's move this out of the way. That was the one. And pop this back in a box. And I think I'm sort of done with the, I actually do like that. I do like that just as it is. So I'm glad I didn't add any more. I'm going to push these up and then get some more out and add a few more bits onto there. Right, moving along. These bracelet ones. Now these are, I believe, double-sided, yes. So something like this, you could create a bracelet that you add one color, because see, it's got a lip there and it's got a lip on the other side as well. So you could create a color on one side and create another color on the other side and just make a bracelet out of it, stringing them together. So this one is really a good one as well. Now, what are we going to put in here? Because I think if you add a color, we need something inside it. Or maybe you could just add some glitter on the top like we did with the others. So add a color and just add a glitter on the top. So shall we use this purple one up here? I'm going to need the tiniest amount. Just one drop. I think another drop there. Ooh, it's a bit bigger drop than the first drop. Another drop here. I'm going to make a few of these. Another drop here. I'm just going to manipulate these to the edges. Again, you could use your stirring set, or you can use your actually, look at that one. I didn't really have to touch that one, and it went pretty much. You could, I suppose, if it was a bit bigger piece, I could just tap it. There we go. And the last one. Actually, if I want to turn this into a bracelet, maybe I should go along and do the other four as well, so I got enough, and probably that will use up this color resin. So let's just add those in. I'm going to move this up, and I'm going to add a bit of glitter on the top of it just to glitz it up a little bit. Right. Drop. Drop. Ooh. Drop. Drop. Oh, Simon made me a sandwich. Oh, bless him. Oh, actually, he might have made him for himself and just came in and ate it. Yeah. Is that the case?
No,
Oh, bless you.
I'll put it here for you.
Oh, thank you. I'll be finished soon and then I'll come and eat it. It's how, like, when tell me if you are the same as me. When you're doing crafty projects like this, I often forget to eat as well. I just sort of keep going on and on and on and carry on until I realize, oh gosh, it's the end of the day. So I'm going to manipulate these as well. So I've done a set of 8 there. But I could have put any different color dye in the resin. But then again, what we can do, as I said, have one color, one side purple, and then we come back to the other side. And once this is dried and cured, and add a different color, just wipe that up, add a different color into the other side. Now I'm just going to sprinkle a tiny bit of glitter to the top, just because I love glitter. I just love how it sparkles, but I could leave it just like that. So let me just move it up a bit so the shine goes away. I think it already looks really nice, but since we got the glitter, which one shall I add? Shall I add this one? Shall I add this one into it, or shall I add the flaky one? Where did I put that one? Nope. Where did I add? What did I do with the flaky glitter? Did you see me put it anywhere? It was just here. So the flaky glitter. No, but I want the purple one. Oh, there we go. Or shall we add the flaky glitter in it? So, flake glitter or small glitter? Yes, the white, Diane is saying. So let's do the white one. It's actually not white. I think it's got like a little bit of pink to it, like an iridescent finish. So I'm very carefully, again, I'm just going to use the end of my... I'm just going to... I added a bit on the end. I'm just going to tap it. Taking the smallest amount on there. I'm just going to go above it and just going to tap it. I don't know actually, now I think, but I think this is going to sink into it. That you don't need another level on the top of this. I think it's just going to disappear in it, like sort of inside the glitter, inside the resin. The glitter going to go inside the resin. I'm just trying to do any sides, but I think that's it. I'm probably going to have to walk away from it now. I think that's going to look really good. Right, I'm leaving that one. So we tried the metal bits, we tried those pendants. I'm going to have to put clear on that later on. So I think it's time. Oh, one more. Yes, one more thing I'm going to take. Or shall we do one of these and see how they come out? Or, where's my little round one? Where is my, there. I want to try a couple of things. So I'm gonna add the clear resin into this, and then just wipe this up. So I'm working with a clean surface here. I'm gonna add the clear resin in, and I'm gonna add a few of those bits inside there because I'm sure loads of you got these at home just to see what they're gonna look like. So I tried that first in this one. So I'm just pouring clear, might even be not deep enough, resin in. And then the rest of it we're going to use up for the dominoes. Oh no, I think I poured too much in it. And if I sink anything into this now, it's going to, I'm going to have to tip a little bit back. It's too much. I added too much onto it. And come on. Just a little bit back. That's it. So, you see a couple of little bubbles, but I'm not going to worry about the bubbles. Let's try this one. So, I think I don't want it. I want it like a circle. So I'm going to put it through the thinnest memory wire I have, which is 0.6. So just I have a nice circle shape. So I'm just going to cut it just a bit going past. I need to go past. I'll show you what I was thinking. It might not even work, but I'll just try it out. So I just cut that much because it's only one round. Usually I add like a lotion or something on the end. I don't think I'm gonna need it. Actually, why I'm like keep doing it above my work, which is there already, and then I'm freaking myself out that what if I drop it? I will drop it right into it. So where is the end of that? There, it's too much. Pull a little bit back there. So I'm just going to cut this down, and then because I cut this longer, I'm going to tuck this in from the other side. So I just created a continuous loop, and I'm going to push those ends together and just drop it in there and just see what happens. I need this to sink in because I think it's too proud. So perhaps this one is not deep enough for this. This one, but actually doing this, sorry, move it up for you. I think doing this, you could do this for the bangle as well and make it the right size. But this one is not going to be tall enough because the lip of it, if you see it on the camera, it will come above it. So I need a deeper mold for this one. And I don't think, well, we could half set it in resin and see what we go. I'm going to move this over to this one because this one is deeper. Sorry, this is in the way. This one is deeper. So anything like that, it's going to have to be in a mold where the lip is deeper. There's a deeper one. So I won't have enough resin to have this all. I'm just going to pop some on the top of it. I'll mix them up if I have to because I must do some for Christopher. I'm just going to move this about a bit so let those bubbles go. I know there will be some underneath it trapped. And then, but this is the thing, if I mix some glitter up, mix some more resin up now, and I do more, then I'm going to end up, you're always going to need more, isn't it? So let's just move this so you can see it as well. So I just added that in there. And now I want to try to see how how about that? Well, I know what I'm going to do. I know. I'm going to see how is this one going to look like. And then, oh yes, Oh yes. I'm gonna chop these snowflakes in there. A snowflake. I love snowflakes. There we go. And then what I'm gonna do is I just need to pour a little bit more clear resin on the sides here to make sure. I'm gonna leave this to harden as well, and then I'm gonna come back and add a colored resin to the bottom of it. So we have a nice sort of color behind. I think that would look really good. So I'm just gonna keep adding. You must have some of these snowflakes at home as well. I'm gonna have to refresh this page here because I think I lost the comments again. Let's do just that. Right, can you just give me, just let me know that you're here. Just say yes or I'm here or anything in the comments so I just know. Right, just adding these. I'm gonna fill not all of it up, but I think this is gonna look good. I might have to move some about. I think that's gonna look good. Come on, camera. Right, okay. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna push these up just like that, out of the way, and push this purple one out of the way. And then we want you to focus on this. Please, camera, focus on this. Yep. I'm just going to keep plopping the snow. So most of you should have the snowflake beads at home. I think they're going to look really good as well. And then we come back and add a color on the back of it, because don't forget what I'm seeing at the top here, that is the back of the coaster. So next time when this clear one hardens, I'll come back and add a color. So these metal snowflakes are kind of sinking down to the bottom. Am I adding too many now? Oh, Ginny's saying I'm still here. Ginny's saying I'm still, yes, I'm still here. Oh, thank you. Am I adding too many, do you think? Too many snowflakes? Come on, camera. Or not enough? Or keep on going. Do tell me to stop, because otherwise I'm going to keep on going and adding loads and loads in here. You know me. So I'm adding them in a tweezer because I somewhat can control where they gonna sit and how they're gonna sit. So maybe another one or two. I'll move them around with a pin just in a sec. But I think this one's gonna look great too. We could just have the snowflakes and would have looked good, I think. We could just have the snowflakes. Right. One more there. I'm gonna have to put this down because I'm keep pushing it to one side and the resin is started to flow that way. So I need it to flow back the other way. Right, I'm not gonna add any more, and I'm gonna need to pull that one back up because on the side, if I pull that, one of them just move, or we could stack loads of them going along the side. We could do that as one as well. Yes, it was better before too many. Oh well, Diane, they are in there now. So let's just move them about and position them a little bit, and then we see. And I think that for this one, that will be it. Now, if I had, I will have a little bit more experimenting with this. But if I had, I'm gonna leave some of those bubbles to the top, which at the bottom. If I thought a little bit more about it, I could have made like a wire Just move this in the middle, like a wire frame, all sorts of different ones. We could add some glitter on the top of this. We could do so many different things. I'm just going to tidy them up so they sort of the same amount of gap between them. I just have to do that. So I think I need just one more there. And let's sort out these. Move these about. I need a couple more inside maybe. And then I think when we come to the top of it, oh sorry, it's going out of focus. When we come to the top of it and add the color on, so which will be the bottom of it, and add the color on, if we had something really bright, like a bright pink, they're really going to show up. Just adding those, adding those, adding those, adding those. Yeah, maybe pull this one down a bit. One more. Right, I'm gonna... Shall we add glitter onto it now or next time? Do let me know. What do you want me to do? Glitter now or glitter later? Or glitter always? Because everything is better with glitter. Oh, I could sit here all day and move these bits about, but I'm going to leave it just like that. So, glitter now or glitter later? Oh, Lucy says, I always knew they would come in handy. It's just as well hard to design sometimes. I think I have a few too. Oh, these snowflakes came out a few years ago. I made a huge mistake when I ordered and have a carrier bag full. Think I'll be able to use a good few in resin. There you go. So this is the thing. Always like stuffs we can use again and again and again. So if we added a glitter on the top of this, I think I would just want to add the glitter flakes. But then we're going back to this purpley color again. But I don't really want to. The only other glitter flake I have is this one, which I don't really want to. I think the gold color, it's not, well, maybe it will show up on it. I'm not sure. I need like a turquoisey color, or just we sprinkle it. But then in there as well. So I'm just going back and looking at the pendant, which is just here. The glitter has sunk down to the bottom of it in some of the places. So if I do put the glitter on it now, I think it will sink to the surface of it. So I am going to just leave it. What I'm going to do quickly is to put the heat gun over it, because I got a couple of bubbles there, but I don't like the look of. They're just too big. I don't want it to cure inside there. So I'm going to pop these snowflakes to the... Oh, hold on. Before we go from curing anything, what we need to do, just going to slightly move this a little bit. We need to fill this round one up as well, because we're going to have to do the same thing with that one as well. So what shall we add in this one? I'm going to move this. This one just needs a tiny more glitter. I'm going to have to get... I'm scraping the bottom now. Christopher is not going to be impressed that I used up all the all the resin. I have to mix some for him. But always mix a little bit more. So the other thing I really want to try out is the ball chain. So with the ball chain, and I got like a few different colors here, I am going to Shall we do circles? So what's the solar circle? This would sit in or start at the outside. I'm just thinking to do like little circles with a ball chain like that. But what I would like to do is to have it going round and round. But I'm not sure. I'm really not sure how's this going to come around. So I think I'm just going to start. So I'm going to add this in it, and I'm going to let it sink. And I'm going to let it sort of move around in there. Just like that. Keep going around. And I'm just going to eyeball this. Before I get all the way around, I'm going to cut the end just by eyeballing. And then get my little pin and move this about. And don't want this to sink to the side. So just do that. So this is ball chain. I'm sure loads of you got ball chain at home as well. We did a mix. Sarah did the wrapping with them, and we did a mix of them last year. It was on a website on a discount, so most of you must have some of this at home. So that's my first one. Then I'm going to take a different color. Oh, and before I go any further, I need to try these, because I said I would try these. But no. So that was my first one. This is my second one coming up. Oh, I think Lucy's just got to the piano. So we're going to be entertained by Lucy playing the piano. Right, let me just go around with this one as well. Just like that. Hiya, would you be with us, Lucy, too? Thank you. And I'm just gonna pop that there. Now, where is my pin gone? Right, let me just shut the door back up. I think perhaps if I cut them before I put them in, you could cut them exactly the right size, but I'm not really worried about it at this point as much, because I just want to try out how would it look. I'm going to do a blue next, a darker blue. I'm trying to sort of stagger the ends out so they not all meet at the same place. Just cut. Flip the end over. Right, next one. Let's do a purple. I think this one is going to look great as well, because there's so many different colors in this board chain. And then like a ready-made little lines for you. But I'm going to have to play around with this a little bit more. I'm just going to cut this one as well. Wipe the end of my pliers there. I might have cut this one a bit too big. Oh, maybe when I pull it out, like, look, I know the end's coming apart in the previous rows a little bit, but actually it lines them all up. That looks good. Right, next row. Let's go pink. Let's start the end there this time. And then keep going round and round. and cut that. That's it. Next one, let's do this corally color. I think it's going to look really great. Right now, I'm going to go in and cut the next color. Shall I do, I'm going to do a red. And then I go in and move them about a bit. And I think I'm going to leave the ball chain there. I'm not going to go all the way in the inner circle, because the smaller you get with it, the probably, well, you might be able to make very small circles as well. Just trying to fold it over here. Right, go in just like that. Right. And move these about. That's it. So I am going to take a piece of scissors and I'm going to cut this in there because I really want to try this out. How's this going to look? And I'm going to try to cut maybe a circle. So just getting, there it is, my good scissors, which I try to keep away from the resin. I'm going to try to cut a little circle to go into the middle. So this is what is it called? Might have to ask Simon in a minute. We got a couple of different ones. We got these ones. I'm just going to pop that in there, upside down, of course. And actually, I'm going to cut maybe I'm going to cut a couple of little of other colors as well, so just to see it. And I want to see how would this one behave in there, so I'm going to cut a couple of little bits of that one as well. So if I take it, this one is 3 crystals by 3 crystals. I'm just going to cut just like that, and then I'm going to pop that in there. So I'm going to get my tweezer. I'm just going to pop it in there. Oh, in you go. And we're going to see how they look like. They might look okay, they might not look great. This is the whole beauty of it, that we're going to see afterwards. Oh, don't stick, and just wipe it off. Afterwards, the how is it all going to look like? I think I'm going to need a few more of that red to look good. So let's cut a few more bits. One, two, three. One, two, three. One, two, three. And I'll just cut a few more bits. There we go. Again, these are like so sparkly and they look really good, but last time when we did the premium bicons and then when they came out, they didn't really look as great. So I'm not hoping for anything this time. I'm just experimenting and we see what's going to happen. I'm going to pop it in and I'm going to go in with the pin. Where's my pin gone? There it is. The pin afterwards, and just move it around a little bit. Right, and I think that's it. I'm going to leave them as it is. I'm going to pour the rest of the resin into all the different colors and everything into the dominoes for Christopher, as I promised him he can have the leftover resin. and then we see how is it going to turn out, and what's the best way to use them up. I actually might, this one, I think I got that one's gone. I'll take a sip of my coffee. I think it's gonna look, don't forget this is the back side of it. Right, I'm gonna turn it around. They look good as well, look, they look delish. I'm gonna turn this around and I'm gonna come back to this because I got quite a bit of left of this purple one, this purple glittery one. So I'm just gonna, but that's red. That's not gonna work. So let's add this one in there. I'm gonna add this, and I can feel now that the resin is really starting to get a bit more gloopy. So I think so I'm just gonna add this in here as a background. Oops. I just dribbled a little bit in next door. And then I just want to use a little bit more of this one and see if I used it in a larger setting, like a half of a pendant, how would it look like? So again, I'm just cutting this eyeballing. So I reckon about that much. No, maybe a crystal less. Yep. And then I should have done this with a square shape actually, because it will be hard to cut out that shape, but I try. I'm just cutting it out, so I'm sort of curving it as I go. Let me see where we get. Cut this bit too, it's off a dent. I think that's it. I'm going to put this, what way shall we put it? This way or that way? Let's put it upside down, and then we add a color behind it next time. So I'm going to push it in with my pin. Just left the pin on the other side. So I wanted to see how does that going to, how is it all going to look? We see. And but saying that, what color have we got left? This one. Shall we try it? Shall we try to put a bit of color behind it? Oh, I had this one. I could have done it with this one. Never mind. I'm gonna just add some color and see what is it gonna turn out if I just swirl the color in it, because we actually haven't tried swirling colors in. So I'm just gonna see. I'm gonna try to sort of fill the back side of it. You know, there's a couple of big bubbles. I said I'm going to put the heat gun on it. They are completely gone. I can't even see them anymore. Right, I'm going to leave this just like this and see what happens next time. Just one more little bit there. Right, move these off. I'm moving this to the side, and we are filling the dominoes up. Whatever is left. There's not much left actually. We use the, look at all those beauties. I love it. I really do love it. This one's going to look good from the other side. So this one is all going to the side. Right. Dominoes. How big are the, where are the dominoes gone? Did you bring it back? Nope. You might not be doing the dominoes, because, oh, there they are. I got them. Will they fit in there? So now I'm just going to go ahead and I'm just going to use up any leftover resin, fill up these dominoes. So shall we start with the, get that out of the way. I'm going to start with number 1. And just fill this up. And pour everything in now. I mean, like with this domino template, if I had this on the side all the time, I could just keep adding things to it. I could just keep adding the resin to it as I go along. That's it, just filling it all up. Just trying to get every little bit out, but I think I'm going to pop that one to the side. Where is my big one? I'll scrape this out as well. Scrape this out. And then I'm going to use the bigger one. I'm going to move on to the next one. And just use any little leftovers in there. And I think the more resin we do, and I am going to be doing resin. Let's zoom out on this. I am going to be doing quite a bit of resin because I just love it. I really just do love it. He's going to have hundreds of dominoes. I could just keep filling it up as I go along. We put something on the top of that in a minute. Right, that's this one scraped out, the clear scraped out. And that's all we had. I'm going to make sure this is go all around in it. And then I'm going to start scraping the next bit now. Before, just want to wipe that top middle bit. These are only just the leftover bits. I'm going to smear this into here and just see what effect is it going to create. So that's all gone. I'm moving on to the pink, and we have got quite a bit of the pink left. I'm going to pop that in there, just sort of try to get as much off of that spoon. Now also swipe this down on the side. I should have started with the lightest colors, but never mind. So I'm going to take the pink. I'm going to smear a pink with that purple and see what's that going to come out afterwards. And actually I can smear that pink with this purple as well and see how does that going to come out. And then I'm adding the rest of the pink to the next. Make sure I scrape all the sides. And just putting it in there. Now I'm going to have a look in to that spray, what you spray your molds with to make them sort of last even longer. But because obviously this is very new to me, my molds are quite new as well. So I think they will be all right for a few use. Oh, I love it. Okay, so this is all going to be purple, a bit more into here. And just pull that down. Right, next one. I've got a bit of left of this purple. Now, not necessarily this is going to be the end of the domino, because I think I'm gonna have to, when I next time I pour some or mix some clear one, I have to come back and I have to add things to the sort of level it up all the way to the top so they're all the same size. Just make sure they go out all the way, just like that. I like that glitter one. Right, then we got the rose gold. So, oh no, we got this one as well. Don't forget about this rose gold, glittery one. Because I'm using the same spoon, so you would use a different one, I guess, each time. So I'm kind of mixing the colors up here. So I'm going to add that on the top of this. And we'll just see what happens later on. Might even mix it in a bit with a bit of stirrer. Let's add a little bit into this one as well, and then see what happens. And we still got a tiny bit left. A bit in here. We still got a tiny bit left of the rose gold shards in there. Just make sure I'm getting all of this off. Right, and I'm going to go ahead, and this is the last one I got. I'm just going to plop it in. Just there. Just plop it in there. Right, so I just don't want, like, I know, like, you could use all sorts of different paints and you could do all sorts of different patterns, but I just don't want, like, I just plop that in there and just stay there. So I'm just gonna go in and just a little bit somewhat mix it to create like a swirly pattern. Don't mix it too much because I don't want it to be mixed completely, but I just want it to be mixed enough so it just doesn't look like I just plopped it on the top. Right, we see how they come out. This one definitely need more resin. This one is just going to need a tiny bit on the top. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to take my wipe and I'm going to wipe the top. And I know they say like, oh, but I just want to have a nice clean edge because I don't want anything sticking out anywhere. So I'm just going to wipe these nice and clean. Oops. Wipe that again. That's it. And I think we're good to go. We can put this to the side. And then we'll see what are those dominoes going to look like. I've got a lot to clean up. But this is actually, I love this because I don't need to wash anything up. I can just walk away and leave this on the side and then come back next time. And that's when I'm gonna, when it's all dries and it just crackles off of it. It's really, really great. Right, I think that's it. That's it for today. We've done so much. I'm looking forward for those coasters to come out. I'm looking forward to all the other bits to come out, how they look like. And once I come out with something solid, then we're gonna do a, let me go back on me. Then we're gonna do a big project for Totally Beads and work out a few colorways and do, you know what I do, Ollie. But I love this play about. So if you want me to do more lives like this, or just to go live when I'm sitting here and playing with beads or playing with anything, do let me know. And yeah, and I will do. So when I sit down, I will just go live and we can all hang out together. What sort of vibes am I using? So Jean, these ones are from the Builder's Merchant, the paint shop. You can get them in B&Q. You can get them in Brewers. I think the one shop up the road from us called, or any shops like that. So these ones are for These are the ones what painters and decorators use to get stuffs off of, I suppose, windows or wherever they would get on. There's a few different ones, but I just find, so the normal wipes, what you can buy in a supermarket, they are scented, and I think they have that when you use them, they leave that little layer of thin film or something on there when you wipe them. Do you know what I mean? And these ones are really just take all the stuff, just a multi-purpose, get in the paint shop. It wasn't very expensive, and what the great thing about it is that look at the size of it. So it's quite a nice size to use as well. Right, my lovelies, thank you so much for spending your actually whole morning and almost whole afternoon with me. I'll be back. It's 2 o'clock. I can't believe I've been here since 10 a.m. I'll be back tomorrow morning with on Totally Beads with our Sunday beader, and otherwise I'll be back next to Tuesday. But if you do want me to just to sort of pop live when I'm in here, let me know. If that's something would be interested for you to do, then I will do that. Look for them. Definitely want to see how you are doing with resin. Oh yeah, I was gonna play with this anyway. I was gonna be here today anyway playing with it, so we might as well do it together. Go and have your sandwich. Yeah, I haven't had breakfast, and it looks really nice over there. I did took a cheeky bite out of it. Oh, Adelina's saying I've been here since 10 too as well. Oh, bless you, my lovely. Oh, I can't believe how fantastic this has been. Thank you, Kitty. Alison is saying, well, thank you so much. So as long as you turn up and watch me, I'll turn up and show you what I'm doing, even if I'm just playing around, because that could be interesting as well. Right, everybody, have a lovely, lovely day. Enjoy your day, whatever you do, and I will see you very soon. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye, lovelies. Bye.